Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our City Council meeting. Today is Monday, December 7th, 2020. It's approximately 1 p.m. Before we have our Pledge of Allegiance, I'm going to ask you to please rise for a brief moment of silence and reflect back on the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces as they protect our interests around the globe, as well as the courageous men and women of Las Cruces Police Department, Las Cruces Fire Department, as they keep our city safe 24/7, 365. And also a special moment of silence for those Las Crucens or those who may be watching who either they or their families were affected or went through Pearl Harbor Day, Pearl Harbor bombing of Pearl Harbor. So we appreciate your service as well. So please join me in the pledge after a moment, please. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve, if you please join me in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so we're going to have our pet of the week, and I believe Jennifer Martinez has a pretty famous animal, I think.
Let's see, let me make sure I can share my screen with you.
Maybe. Oh, I thought you had the other one.
Oh no, that was my personal pet.
Oh, I was going to say, wow, that one should not have any problem in being adopted. But.
For those just before the meeting, I had showed some of our coworkers my personal cat, so I would cry dearly if she were adopted away from me. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am Jennifer Martinez with the city's communications office, and today I'm going to introduce you to Maggie and Estella. We'll start with Maggie. Maggie is described by volunteers at the ASCMV as calm, sweet, and affectionate. She is loyal and would make the perfect addition to any home. She gets along with other dogs very well and humans. Her wish is a home for the holidays and forever. And then we have Estella, a gorgeous feline with a stunning personality. Estella is the beauty queen of the ASCMV. She considers herself an all play, no work kind of girl who loves treats and attention and, of course, being spoiled. And you can adopt either of these fancy ladies by going to the ascmv.org/adoptions website. The adoption cost is $25. What you'll do is you'll look up those animals. They have numbers. You'll call to make an appointment. The number is 3820018. And as of right now, the offsite adoption events have been canceled until further notice. That's been the case for several months now. The ASCMV does still need volunteers. However, they are looking for volunteers to help with dog walking, cat caretaking, adoption events, outreach programs, photography assistance, foster families, and a whole lot more. You can contact the volunteer coordinator to find out how you can get involved if you're interested at 3820018. And again, the communications office would like to share some information about the next Mask Up Las Cruces event, which is going to take place on Saturday, December 12th from 1 to 3 p.m. at Mesilla Park Elementary. That's 955 West Union Avenue. So you can head over there between 1 and 3. They will have masks available for adults and for children. And I appreciate your time, Mayor. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we're going to hear from Darlene Lopez, who's going to present the jobs of the week.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hello, Council. Okay, so for this week, we have a senior assistant city attorney / prosecutor, and that's with the city of Las Cruces, and that's opened until filled. Dietary aid, Rehabilitation Hospital of Southern New Mexico. And then we have a floor technician / janitor for the Rehabilitation Hospital of Southern New Mexico as well, and that's closing on 12/25. We have a certified nurse assistant at Mountain View Regional Hospital. There are actually 3 positions there, and that closes on the 18th of this month. And then we have a food operator for food and nutrition at Memorial Medical Center, and that closes on December 18th as well. If you want a full list of jobs, internships, and volunteer opportunities, please visit us at employnm.com and at www.governmentjobs.com/careers. And if you have any questions for our local office, you can reach us at 575-524-6250. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Darlene. Okay, so we have no presentations or certificates, so we're going to move on to the conflict of interest statement. This is where I'll ask if any member of the City Council city manager or any member of city staff has any known conflict of interest on any item on the agenda?
None.
None for me, Mayor.
Okay, seeing none. Adrian, do you mind sharing on the screen what I sent you earlier today? We're going to go to public participation, and I just have one item from Marcy Braddock, and she wants to, I'm sure you all have received something that says, Mayor and Council, I'm urging you to follow Roswell's lead. The collateral damage from the lockdowns is far worse than the virus itself. Las Cruces deserve better. So my only response to you, Marcy, is I want you to pay attention to, if you're watching, please, where it says that, and I'm sure all the council members, it's all similar to this, I think Christine will admit, but when we take office, we say that we're going to support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution laws of the state of New Mexico and the ordinances of the city of Las Cruces. And so, Marcy, I know there's other cities that are defying the governor's order, but when we take office, we are obligated to adhere to the laws and the Constitution of the state of New Mexico. And the state of New Mexico gives the governor that authority, and we need to observe it. That's my response to you. Thanks, Adrian. Appreciate that. And okay, that's it. So we're going to go to acceptance of the agenda.
So moved, Mayor Gandara.
Second by Flores.
Okay, motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, second by Councilor Flores, that we accept the agenda as presented. Christine? Yes?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, can I pull an item? Is it too late?
No, it's okay.
I am
Just
so
one.
sorry. Yes, just one, promise. 6.2.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor
Thank
Flores,
you.
is it okay to amend your motion, your second, to include 6.2 for discussion?
Yes, sir, I amend my motion.
Absolutely, yes, Your Honor.
6.2.
Oh,
Okay, it's been moved and second by Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, second by Councilor Flores, to accept the agenda except for 6.2. Christine, item 6.2.
This is on the motion to accept the agenda as presented with the removal of item 6.2 for discussion. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve,
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez,
yes.
Councilor Bencomo,
Yes.
Councilor Sorg,
Yes.
Councilor Flores,
Yes.
Councilor Gandara,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. And
Mayor, Mr. Mayor, I have a question. The agenda is fine, but maybe it was in the printing or in the preparation, but I'm confused as to an agenda item. And the confusion I have is that that would be item 7 point, the one on the banks. Well, excuse me, 7.3, resolution to place 12-month moratorium. No, let's see, approving the city of Las Cruces. Okay. Okay, so 7.1 is resolution 21-081, resolution reaffirming the city of Las Cruces city support for various legislative priorities from previous New Mexico state legislative sessions. However, when I turn to page 234 to see the actual resolution, so maybe, well, there's,
I'm sorry, when you turn to what page?
well, there, on page 235, or pardon, 234, we have resolution 20-58. And that has to do with the resolution that we adopted about banks back in state-owned banks or public banks back in November 18 of 2019. So I'm just wondering why
That
that's
probably,
there.
I don't know, it may let Christine respond, but I must have got mixed up because we're going to have a work session on that. I think next week we're going to discuss, a while back last year, the council wanted to move forward with a resolution to support community banks in the legislature. And so now there's going to be a presentation, I think it's going to be next Monday by the same group, and they're going to want a different resolution because whatever they needed to get, they got, and they're going to share that with us, and then whether or not council wants to move forward on a resolution. So I think I'll let Christine speak if that thing got mixed up in there. Christine?
So, go ahead, Barbara. I was just going to say that those are actually attachments of resolutions in that packet of ones you had previously approved. And so they're the ones that are going to be brought to the legislature.
So that's all part of 7.1.
Yes, ma'am.
Deep, but it still confused me. I was confused, so
No
now I'm
problem.
not. Thank you,
Okay.
Christine, Ms. Rivera.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
And Councilor Flores, I'm going to talk more about it when we get to that, because the resolution is going to change, most likely. It's not going to be that one. So I'm sorry about that.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so so it was voted on, so we're going to go to item 6.2, resolution 21-079. So I need a motion and a second, please.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Vasquez, second by Councilor Bencomo. And let's see.
Abeyta-Stuve.
Oh, I'm sorry. Abeyta-Stuve. I apologize. I just was listening. Okay, so Councilor Bencomo, did you have a question, or did you want a full presentation on this?
Mayor, since it's the first time myself and actually Councilor Abeyta-Stuve are voting to approve a collective bargaining agreement, I'd like a full presentation, please.
Okay. So it looks like we'll have maybe Joe Richards from HR, or Barbara, who's going to be making that presentation.
6.2.
Mayor, Joe is going to be making the presentation. I'm just going to bring it up for her, and I'll be sharing my screen here.
Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councilors.
Afternoon.
While we're waiting for the presentation, I did want to take a minute and just recognize the negotiating teams. I want to thank them for their participation.
Excuse me, Joe, do you mind stating your name and position, please? Apologize.
Sorry, Mayor. Joe Richards from Human Resources. So the negotiating team included Michael Landabazzo, Chris Johnson, Nathan Tracy, Tybor Kosis, Jason Smith, Adrian Arias, and David Dollahan. So a big thank you to them. So before you today is a resolution approving amendments to the collective bargaining agreement. Some of the highlights. Next slide, please. The negotiations were initiated on April 2nd. This resulted in changes to 27 articles. 6 new articles have been added, and we reached tentative agreements on October 28th. The term of this new agreement is for 3 years. Next slide, please. Highlights include wage increases established for all 3 years. 19 articles were updated or added related to safety, benefits, or compensation. And we had a focus on enhancing recruitment efforts and retention initiatives to align with strategic planning. Several articles were also updated to provide clarification and or align to other city policies. Council options: vote yes to approve, vote no to deny, or vote to amend, or vote to table. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Thanks, Joe. And Councilor Bencomo, the reason why I put this on consent is, as long as I can remember, we were really not allowed to get involved in any type of negotiations with the union. It's usually done, I think Joe was mentioning that committee. And so I don't know how much we can, I mean, I think we get clarification, but I don't know how much we can or try to tweak it if that was your thinking. I just wanted to point that out. Okay. So your questions?
Yeah, just for curiosity, I appreciate that. I do understand that there are strict sort of guidelines for our interaction with folks who are negotiating. I guess I just wonder, do we at any point get to hear from the folks in the union, whether it's this union or any of the other unions that we have in the city, regarding some of their desires for, their work environment?
They usually have something right before election time when they're trying to get you out of office, and they talk about what it is that they want.
Right, so it's not just during a campaign, like as sitting councilor.
Sorry, I couldn't resist that. Okay. I don't know. Let's open that up to, but open it up to to either Barbara or Jennifer. I think a lot of those are really kept on the, negotiation side.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Does anybody have an answer to that?
Well, oh, Jennifer, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is Jennifer Vega-Brown, your city attorney. Over the past couple of years, I've tried to get with our former interim city manager so that we could kind of revise the process for pre-negotiation. And one thing that we tried to do last year and what we'll try to improve going forward is that we will have a closed session, which is allowed by, it's an exemption to the Open Meetings Act prior to negotiation, so that we can talk about the things that have been highlighted in the contract. One of the things that, of course, legal would highlight that this needs to be improved or changed or modified, you would be apprised of that. But also we would be able to come to you and talk in closed session about things that we've heard and the feedback we've received from the union. So the negotiation team will have met ideally, and this has kind of been the model that I'd like to pursue, and we kind of did it last year, was that the negotiation team would meet with the collective bargaining negotiation team prior to that closed session, so that we would come to closed session and know what to expect and what some of their desires were. That's what we hope to improve. That's not been something that's been done in the past. I think it's pretty common in other jurisdictions that you would have that closed session. It's a very important meeting. We'd also should come to you with the financial impact of those requests. So moving forward, I think that's something that we're working on, and it needs to improve.
Thanks, Jennifer. Yeah, I mean, do you feel like at all legally I guess my question is, do we ever get FaceTime with those directly impacted, right? Like the workers, like the actual union members?
What, Mayor and City Council, this is Jennifer Vega-Brown. And once negotiation begins, you cannot have that contact.
Right.
So it's really important prior to the negotiation and prior to the opening of negotiation that we are receiving input. And I think that I know that HR has very good communication with the union, so they're really aware in advance of what's going on and
okay.
what things are going to be.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thanks,
Mayor, for pulling this. I guess last thing I'll say, something that I know I heard before while I was a candidate was the issue around health insurance, and it's something that I want to continue lifting up because I think it's something that affects definitely our firefighters, but I think everybody at the city. And so I want to make sure that as we move into a new year that we really have a discussion about some of these benefits and how they impact the families of the city of Las Cruces. So thank you, Mayor.
Before I get to Councilor Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, so Ifo, do you think you can have HR work up something to kind of share with council as to how much our whole health insurance runs? I think it's, I don't know, $2-3 million a year, and then how much we pay, and then how much the employee pays, and then how our neighbor in the region, the local governments, how they contribute, which you're probably going to find that's pretty much around the same amount. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, well, anyways, if we could do that and then give that to Councilor Bencomo and others, so they can just get an idea of what kind of costs are. Because if we were to, anything that we would have to, if we were to change that around, then we would have to reduce our other, somewhere in the budget, just so that she can get an idea of how much it actually costs. So it's a pretty good chunk. But I appreciate that, Councilor Bencomo. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor and Councilor Bencomo for pulling this. I appreciate the process being looked at, assessed, and sort of re-examined and changed, but I'm still a little perplexed about if we're approving this contract and there's financial implications. I would like to know what the financial implications are And I'm not sure that that was presented to us today. I think there needs to be a much more deeper dive in looking at all these things, and really, because this is the only opportunity that we get to hear, aside from before the closed session, what those challenges are moving forward, and then what ends up happening. And so I would like a more again, a deeper dive, and especially if there's financial implications. I'm all for wage increases. I think that needs to happen. But one of the biggest concerns is that when that happens, usually our health benefits go up. And so I too am very concerned about that. This is something that we've been talking at least about 2 or so years, especially when there have been a huge increase in premiums. I know that Human Resources have been working on some of that, but we never get to hear what the end results are, the surveys that they've done, what they're going to do to reduce that. And I think this is really an important component to this. And I too am really concerned about how that and any other thing affects our staff, but also their families moving forward. And so, again, I'd just like more detail, Mayor, and I don't believe that we have that at this point. Thank you.
Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem, I don't know if it was left out of yours, but if you go to the part where it talks about the executive summary, it talks about what some of the changes were, and I think it says right here the impact of the budget is $175,000, and really the stuff that the items that they put in there were really good. In case something, as far as a very small increase into their pay, but also what happens if someone should perish in the line of duty and a few other things. But they did list that, and it's possible that they may have left that out on those.
Yeah, no, yes, Mayor, but I guess what I'm saying is when they do the presentations, this is probably one opportunity with staff. Yes, I read the information from there, but staff also has to understand that they're proposing or presenting to our constituency. Our constituency deserves to know what that is, and so I would really appreciate more detail in the PowerPoint presentations moving forward.
Okay.
And some updates on that health insurance situation that we continue to hear about.
Okay. Let me just ask Joe real quick. Joe Richards, I don't know where I'm coming up with this, but did we get a notification that our health insurance may be going up by a certain percent?
Mayor and councilors, Joe Richards, Human Resources. Actually, sir, this year, the premiums are remaining the same.
Oh, good. Okay. Then maybe it was the year before that it may have gone up. Okay. This year is just kind of a blur sometimes. Okay. Thank you for that. I wasn't too sure. Councilor Flotis.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Ms. Richards. And thank you, colleagues Gandara and Bencomo for asking those questions. I had similar questions, if not the same, but I was, because I think that when there's a financial change impact, it has to be highlighted just to let our constituents know where their tax dollars are going. And yet I think it's good for us to know, and I'm glad that Attorney Vega Brown indicated that we could have a closed session to discuss probably financial implications, but nothing else. I don't think we can discuss anything that deals directly with personnel issues, and that's why I hesitated. And collective bargaining agreements are usually ratified by those who have been elected by the membership, and I believe it goes through the membership before it becomes something that they go to that the CBA representatives go to the table with. So I just wanted to thank our firefighters, and I felt that the raise was very small, by the way, given what they go through. But that's only a comment. I'm not in any way interfering with personnel issues. So I thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you. So Ifo, getting back to what Mayor Pro Tem was asking, I think what she was asking is, so if you take a look at the executive summary, and it just talks about what the impact to the budget is, I think what she was asking was if we could somehow incorporate that in the presentation and just say, okay, overall, this is going to cost the general fund $175,000, just so the members of the public can be aware of, something like that. Could be. Is that what you were looking for, Mayor Pro Tem? Okay.
Mayor?
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Yes, Barbara?
Sorry, this is Barbara DeLeon, Interim Assistant City Manager for the record. And I apologize, I'm a co-host, so I can't raise my hand on this. But I just wanted to clarify as well that with respect to the amount of the impact, one of the things, and I welcome the input to include that with more visibility in the presentation, but also just wanted to point out that we had also anticipated the union negotiations coming forward in this fiscal year. So we had budgeted already an amount of money that covered this increase. So when you're talking about the impact to the budget, this was already in the budget, so it's not incremental to what we had already anticipated spending. So I just want to clarify that. We always try to anticipate what we think the changes will be, and sometimes we're a little bit lower, sometimes a little bit higher, but it's usually not a material change to the budget, and that was the case this year.
Okay, thank you, Barbara. And I think that probably would be welcomed by Mayor Pro Tem that this was also budgeted, and it looks like you all were pretty much on the money on that. So good, very good. Ifo, you had something you would like to?
Yep, thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, yeah, just responding to those requests, Mayor, certainly will do. I know you requested some information for Councilor Bencomo, and then also in the future reporting our presentations. Just a couple of comments though regarding this item. So, I know Jo can't really pat herself on the back. She thanked the committee that was involved, but I will tell you I've gotten very complimentary comments about her from both sides of the table, and how she personally has handled this negotiation. I think this may have been her first, as the HR director going through this process. And again, from both sides of the table, I've heard very good things. And so I like I said, I know Jo left herself out of that committee, but I just wanted to say that. The other thing I wanted to just respond to, Mayor, was looking into our insurance. So our committee, the HR committee, decided that we would hold the premiums for this year. When we looked at the analysis, it suggested that we raise them, but we felt like we're going to go out to bid. We're going to look at some things that might be able to get some cost savings that would be helpful in us passing that on to the employees. But we felt like in order for us that we could cover it without increasing, and so we were going to hold for this year so that we wouldn't, and so that these pay raises that come don't just get eaten up in the insurance. But we're certainly looking through that. Jo and her team are kind of leading that. You'll see something, and we'll certainly come back with the presentation on how some of the options that we're going to go through, just so that we can tackle this problem. I noticed that as well as the premiums continue to rise. There are some options that have been done in the past that you probably all are more familiar with than I am, but we certainly, this will certainly give some time to explore it without increasing that premium.
Very good. Okay, so I just gotta ask Ifo, so what are those flags behind you?
Yes.
Oh no, I should have took it down. I should have took it.
That's okay. Okay, we won't ask. Don't worry about it. Okay. So, any other questions?
Mayor. Yeah, I'll just.
Yeah. Yes. Who?
Hi, Mayor. This is Annette.
Oh, hi, Annette.
It is Ifo's birthday.
Oh.
That's the banner.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
So the big 2-9, huh?
Happy birthday.
2-9. Yep. Thank you.
All right. Well, okay. So go ahead and start off, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, Mayor, that,
No, I thought you were gonna sing. I thought you were
No,
gonna
with
sing.
happy birthday.
Oh, yes, I will. But
Okay, on three.
Happy
Happy birthday to you.
Happy
birthday
to you.
Happy
birthday,
birthday,
dear
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
And many more.
Estas son las mañanitas que cantaba el rey David. A las muchachas bonitas te las cantamos, muchachito bonito. Te las cantamos.
You don't want to know what she just said about you, Ifo.
No.
Just kidding. I'm just
Ifo,
joking.
I mean, Mr. Peely. Yeah. I mean, it's the phrase is for the pretty girl, so I changed it to the handsome boy.
Oh, right.
Sorry. It goes on and on and on because there's about a second phrase.
Okay. All right.
Mayor, if I can.
Yes.
Just another request from EFO's comments. Could this be presented to the Health Policy Review Committee? I think it'd be a good thing to talk about. Once HR has gone through, assessed, and all the ideas, we'd love to have that be presented to the Policy Review Committee moving forward.
Mayor Pro Tem, yes, we will certainly involve the Policy Review Committee.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilor Abeyta-Stuve.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I also am noting your request as well for our Health Policy Review Committee. I think that's very appropriate and timely. And I am happy to hear that there are no increases in insurance costs, especially this year. I think that would be, just kind of a punch to the gut in a way. We are asking our firefighters or all of our first responders to be out there and risk their lives in a new way this year within the pandemic. So I'm very thankful for their service and look forward to working in the future with them.
Okay, great. That's it. It looks like no, never mind. I was going to say something. Okay, so go ahead. Christine, it looks like I think that ends the questions on item 6.2.
This is on the motion to approve resolution 21-079. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
You're muted. You're muted, Mayor Pro Tem. Just put your thumbs up and we'll count it as a yes. You're still muted. Okay. So the record reflects that Mayor Pro Tem votes yes.
And Mayor.
Yes. Okay, item 7.1, resolution 21-081.
Move to approve.
I'll second it. Sorg.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Vasquez, second by Councilor Sorg. And it looks like Amber Vaughn will be making the presentation.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Amber Vaughn. I'm the Interim Chief of Staff. Today, I will be going over 14 different resolutions that City Council passed in the past for the New Mexico Legislature to determine if they are still priorities. 12 of these resolutions are from previous sessions and 2 are specifically for the 2021 session. All right, so in 2016, resolution 15-016 was passed. It's a resolution in support of interest fee caps on small loan companies in New Mexico. This resolution calls on the New Mexico Legislature and the Governor of New Mexico to cease the high cost of lending by enacting statutes with inflation-indexed interest caps and fee caps of 36% or less across all loans offered by small loan companies and non-chartered lenders in New Mexico. And in 2017, there were 6 items. The first one is Resolution 17-125, which is a resolution supporting the New Mexico legislature to call for gross receipts tax data sharing related to exporting businesses between the state and local governments. This would allow the city and local governments to improve efforts to support these businesses in improving their supply chain and local sources, and assisting them to identify other markets to which to export their products. The second item is Resolution 17-126. This is a resolution supporting the New Mexico legislature to call for gross receipts tax data sharing between the state and local governments. The third item is 17-127, which is a resolution relating to comprehensive tax reform for municipalities, calling on the New Mexico State Legislature to take immediate action on tax reform initiatives to bring balance, equity, and financial stability to municipal governments. The fourth item in 2017 was a resolution supporting the New Mexico legislature to approve limitations and recourses under the New Mexico Whistleblower Act. This resolution supported legislation regarding amendments to the Whistleblower Act consistent with the New Mexico Municipal League Resolution of 2016-8 concerning the Whistleblower Act. Item 5 from 2017 is it was 17-135, which is a resolution supporting legislative funding for the Attorney General's office related to the continued water litigation associated with Texas v. New Mexico and Colorado. And item 6 was resolution 17-138, which is a resolution supporting the New Mexico legislature to call for a financial and operational feasibility study of a behavioral health hospital for Southern New Mexico. I didn't have any items for 2018, but for 2019, there were 2 items. The first one is resolution 19-067, which is a resolution concerning the sale, transfer, and issuance of liquor license in New Mexico, and to support a proposed New Mexico state bill allowing New Mexico produced spirits to be sold at establishments licensed to serve beer and wine. The next item, the end of life options, is resolution 19-086. This resolution urges New Mexico state legislature to allow open and accessible options for those terminally ill, mentally competent adults seeking control over their own deaths. In 2020, we had 3 items. The first one was resolution 20-058, a resolution urging the New Mexico state-owned bank. Yes, to repeal the state tax. I'm sorry? Did
I don't know. I think it sounded like Debbie Moore from the Chamber of Commerce.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it was.
Okay. So the first one in 2020 is a resolution asking New Mexico state legislature to consider a vote to repeal the state tax on Social Security benefits for seniors. At the time, New Mexico is one of 13 states that levies an income tax on Social Security benefits and is the second highest tax rate in the nation. The second item, which is an item that is coming forward again, is resolution 20-085, which is the resolution in support of the state of New Mexico to study the feasibility of a state-owned bank. And the third item for 2020 was a resolution in support of the New Mexico State Legislature passing the Cannabis Regulations Act, which would enact legislation related to legalization and or regulation of cannabis and cannabis-related products for recreational use. The 2020 Act proposed a cannabis excise tax of 9% on retailers that sell cannabis products. And the last 2 for the upcoming session that were passed in the last year. The first one was a resolution urging Congress to fund the National Academies of Sciences to conduct a study on water management for the Rio Grande. This resolution was delivered to the Governor of New Mexico, the New Mexico State Legislature, and the New Mexico Federal Delegation. And the final one for 2021 was a resolution urging the state of New Mexico legislature to repeal the statutory provisions preempting stricter county and municipal regulations on the sale of cigarettes, tobacco products, and electronic smoking devices. And these were the items that you had on as your priorities, and here are your council options, and I will stand for any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if, I think Keith would probably forgot to put your hand down, but we'll start with, unless you have a question, we'll start with Councilor Sorg, Mayor Pro Tem, and then Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Amber, for that well done presentation. Mayor, you were talking about earlier when we first was commenting on this resolution that something about a community bank. Were you confusing that with what we call a state bank?
Oh, yeah, that's right. State Bank, I had suggested yeah, you're right. You're
okay, I just wanted to clear that up. That's what I was wondering, if we had one for the state bank, and I see we have, so we're good. Thank you.
I wanted them to say the state community bank is what I was wanting them to, suggesting that they change. Yeah, okay. Thank you for that.
That's good.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Vasquez, Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Amber, for the presentation. Can you go back to the slides where you start listing the resolutions, previous resolutions? Thank you. First of all, how many of these have we gone back to research to see what has been passed or not?
Councilor Gonda, Amber Vaughn for the record. I did email this list to Larry Horan for review prior to putting together my presentation, and he said these were all still on the board.
Okay, the 2016 one, the interest fee caps on small loan companies. The reason I ask is because it did pass the 4%. Now they're moving to making it, I don't know, 14 to 15%. And so I just want to make sure that, that we state it correctly. That probably needs to be changed. And then moving towards item number 3, state and local tax reform. Of course, there has been some. And then the other one with on the next slide, Amber, around Social Security. I think that one is an important one that I know Councilor Ekman brought up and was very concerned about, and obviously we should be concerned about the Social Security tax. But I think when it was explained to me, and I think that we need to have someone come and really have a going to pass it, because not everybody gets taxed on their Social Security. You have to make a certain income, is my understanding, it's past a certain income. So I want to say, I don't know what the 100,000, I'm not sure what the amount is, but I would love to understand more before I vote on something like that. The other thing is it's so cumbersome, obviously tax law and everything. So if we don't tax it, then where does it come from? It has to come from some other place. And I guess, so my point is that I would love to see white papers on the positives and negatives for these things. That Social Security one got put on last month, and it sounded good to me, right? Because we don't want to have our low-income folks and folks get taxed on it. But until someone explained it to me thoroughly, it made a lot of sense to me. So there's that one. There has been a feasibility study for the behavioral health hospital. It has been shared with council. I think some of the work that we wanted to do was work with the governor's office to work in collaboration with the other counties, so maybe that's what that study needs to encompass as well. And I think those are all. Did you have a 5th slide? Yes. I think that those are all my concerns is, yeah, I would like to, I think these are all really important and we should be very much aware, but I also would like some of these bills analyzed, right, and read through and presented to us in a way that we can make an educated, decision on which ones we should support and which ones we shouldn't. And so, Amber, have you done that, or someone in staff, have they done that?
Councilor Gondola, Amber Vaughn for the record. This was the old research. We do have our new policy, we do have our new policy analyst on board. We can have that person do the research. Yes.
And if I may interrupt real quick, Mayor Pro Tem and Amber, looks like Larry Haran, our city's lobbyist, wanted to jump in real quick. Larry?
Thank you, Mayor and Councilor Pro Tem. I specifically wanted to comment on the feasibility study for the Behavioral Health Hospital. When we looked at this, we are aware that the feasibility study has been done, but since that's an ongoing conversation, when Amber reached out to me about the potential of what it's going to look like or what services we're going to provide, Mayor Pro Tem, you are correct. We are in conversations with the governor's office. Unfortunately, a lot of the discussion is going to have to come from the Human Services Department and Department of Health. And so the reason we thought at least to leave it on to flag it, and we may want to change what the resolution looks like, is that behavioral health hospital is an ongoing discussion we are having currently with the administration. And so I thought it was prudent to leave that as a priority if the council sees fit. But we may want to change the terminology of it from a feasibility study to, establishing, bolstering behavioral health services in Las Cruces and Doña Ana County, however we want to reword that. But that's why we wanted to leave it on, so at least you're aware that we're still following that issue. So I just wanted to provide that input, Mayor. I appreciate you recognizing me.
Of course. Thank you. I'm sorry about that, Amber and Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Haran. Larry, I really appreciate that. I was just worried about the titles and what they read, and I don't want there to be confusion, from our local and state legislators. I just want to make sure that we have updated that because they're not just 2021 or 2020. I mean, they are some of these resolutions that year to year keep passing through. And I know there's been some work, and I don't know that all of us are, I know I'm not aware of the detail because there's a ton of it. And so it requires definitely some staff assistance from my perspective to really analyze these and present them in such a way that we can make a good decision moving forward.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Vasquez?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Amber, for putting these together. I think on the one hand, I'm happy to see that we can group these all into a package that we can pass and agree upon. I think we could probably spend a lot of time talking about each one of these individually, and I know we're potentially coming pretty close to hopefully a legislative session soon next year. One quick comment was on the payday loan interest cap. As far as I know, Larry, maybe you can help me out with this, but I think the bill that was passed was to cap interest rates at 175%, not 36%. I believe that's the state law. Is that correct, Larry?
Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, I'd have to go back and look at the actual legislation. I think 36% was proposed, and I do believe they came up with a compromise. So I'm not sure what the specific percentage rate is, but I'm also aware that there may be legislation again related to those loans coming up in this session.
Okay, well, thank you. I recall that particular bill and that particular fight. And from what I understand, the negotiation was at 175%, rather than not having an interest cap at all, which was the case prior. In which case, I absolutely support a lower interest rate cap to what Mayor Pro Tem Gandara referred to as 14 or 15% or something similar to that. But But I also would take 36% or 37%. So I think that just says, that speaks to the need to update, I think, the language in some of these resolutions. There's actually some very specific language that refers to the prior legislative session and a handful of these resolutions, including in the resolution in support of the state bank, in which we urge the governor to add to her 2020 agenda the funding of a study to determine the feasibility of establishing a state-owned bank in New Mexico. There's others here that refer to specific legislation that may or may not be reintroduced in the same way or under the same title next year that I think will have to be updated as well. Let me check here. I was just looking through the packet. Also, as it pertains to the liquor license dispensing liquor license bill, I do know, I think Senator Souls and others are planning to work on that again. However, I don't know if the metrics or the mechanism through which that gets accomplished is still the same. I don't know if there's substantial changes in the policy that we refer to in our resolution that may evolve or have evolved. And so all of these issues in general, I am supportive of. But I do have caution of passing these all in a package with prior language that I would say doesn't apply anymore. And I think that could hurt us, because if we want to get these in front of legislators, it would be, and the governor and others, it would be so much easier for them to dismiss our ask if they say, well, you're asking for something from 2020, or, you know, you're asking for something that just isn't the case anymore policy wise. And so maybe you can give me some guidance on this, Amber. What is the plan post passage of this particular resolution? Would it be to mail each copy of these resolutions to the same respective folks that we did prior when we passed them, or would we put together another product that outlines our support for these issues and says that we passed a resolution passing the support for these issues?
Councilor Vasquez, Amber Vaughn for the record. It would be to write a letter stating that these were still our priorities for 2021, and it could have the prior resolutions attached, but stating that they are still a priority moving forward for 2021. So changing that specific legislative date to the new one.
Okay, thank you, Amber. And I can get on board with that. I think, again, if we were just to send them a copy of the resolutions, it would be too disjointed. And I think just the language and the specific references to bills that won't be up for hearing in the next legislative session doesn't make sense to me. And it would be honestly probably a lot of work on staff's part, Amber, on your part, to update every single one of these resolutions to reflect. It takes a lot of back end work to talk with legislators to figure out what they're doing, and to and to actually see if certain things will be introduced or not, or reintroduced with the same policy, prescriptive policy ideas as the last. And so I'm happy to support these as a set of priorities, but I would say definitely under the condition that we go in a little bit more depth into each one of these in a letter that would come from the council, that would really put some of the top line priorities of why these are important to the council, and that really be the focus of the letter that we send to our state legislators and to the governor's office. And perhaps those items perhaps could have that updated information, right? Like if specific to the different issues. I know the cannabis bill, for example, this year is going to be much different than last year's cannabis bill. And in fact, that excise tax model that was included in last year's legislative session is not even going to be part of the next cannabis legalization bill. And so I think mentioning that we support the new updated version, right, the new mechanism, while really strongly pushing to have that local excise tax option available to municipalities, would be something. I mean, that's where the meat and potatoes is for that bill for us in the city of Las Cruces, and how we benefit from it. So So Amber, I guess my question is, I don't know if there's going to be another opportunity for us to review that document before it gets sent out, or what the process is or timing is on that. But what does that sound like to you, or EFO, in terms of the process to kind of put that document together?
Councilor Vasquez, this is Amber Vaughn. I'd like to defer to Mr. Peely if I could see his answer on that.
Thank you, Amber.
Councilor Vasquez, can you do me a favor? Can you restate your specific question? I know you talked a lot about, not wanting to package it all together, but can you state your question? And I'm sorry, I didn't quite get it.
Yes, Mayor. So because these resolutions refer to outdated legislation and outdated prescriptive policy ideas, I'm wanting to know what the process is to actually send this as a package to the legislature in a way that updates council's priorities to reflect new legislation and new priorities for the 2021 legislative session. And if we get a chance to review that.
Okay, the way I look at it honestly is we can I think it's fair to say that you have a pretty good sense of what this council is supportive and what isn't. If you have some that you can quickly look at and circle back, we can either have a work session on it, or if you want to submit those for us to correct them for our next council, not this one, but a council meeting before the legislature convenes, we can do that as well, because we don't have a whole lot of time. And if we would have a work session, it probably, too late to make it for next Monday, and then we probably won't have any more until January, and then the session starts. So did you want to do something like that? We can expedite it.
Yeah, I don't think we need another work session necessarily. And I'm comfortable passing this today, I guess, with the understanding that the product that will be sent, the actual letter from council and mayor, will reflect the new realities of where this legislation and these priorities actually sit within the next legislative session. I was looking for some guarantee or some assurance that would happen. Otherwise, the other option, I agree, would be to correct these resolutions and then bring them back to council with updated information.
Like for example, there's going to be one on the state bank. I was going to say community bank, on the state bank that Councilor Sorg was mentioning. I don't have a problem in passing it as it is right here, knowing that once we get that presentation, and if council wants to move forward on a new resolution, we'll pass that and then get that to the legislature, even if it's excuse me, even if it's mid-January, because things don't, the first week or two usually goes kind of slow. I don't know if it will this year, but and then once things get going, we should have it there in time. And I was thinking we could probably do the same with any other ones that you want to update.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I guess then maybe this is more of a request than a question. And I would suggest that if possible, Mr. Peely, that staff gets together, Amber, with Larry and Larry's team, and helps craft a letter that, again, that explains that these are resolutions that the council has passed before, so that they don't reflect, the latest policy language, but that these are still the priorities of the council. And in particular, within some of these items, like I said, with the cannabis bill, to me, the strong part of that is that we, as a local municipality, get to decide, A, what's it, autonomy over the excise tax, right? We get to decide what we spend it on. And then B, that number is as big as possible, right? That we get as much revenue locally from that bill as the state is thinking about getting. I mean, those are really important things to lobby for, not just to say the legalization of cannabis, but with those elements included in. So I guess if Larry and Amber and Mr. Peely, if you feel that we could work, that your staff can work together on putting that letter together, I like I said again, I feel comfortable passing this today. I would just suggest that we do that for maximum impact, and to reflect the realities of where the bills are at today.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, we certainly can. In fact, when you asked the question, I mean, kind of navigating my way through this first legislative session, but my comment would be I would go back to Larry and Amber try to figure something out. But that's simple enough. We can follow that, fulfill that request.
Thank you, Ifo. And I am available and happy to help on that process as well as needed. Hopefully after this council meeting, and if it's approved, it's wouldn't be a conflict with my fellow councilors, but I will, yeah, I'll let you guys decide on that. But thank you, Ifo. Thank you, Amber, for putting this together. Mayor, thank you for bringing this forward. That's it for me for now.
You're welcome, Councilor. So you haven't changed your mind on the cannabis thing? You still want to see it come forward?
Oh, no, the free money? Are you from Texas? Are you kidding me? For once, they'll actually be spending their money here instead of us over there. We'll have like, it'll be like building 20 outlet malls over here, Mayor.
Okay, all right. Nice spin on that there, Councilor. Councilor Bencomo.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Amber, for your presentation. I will say, Mr. Mayor, that I just heard some polling done in New Mexico that like 78% of New Mexicans support legalizing cannabis. So it's basically just like you and a couple other people.
Yeah. Oh, I know. It actually, it's a little bit higher than 78%. It's up there. I understand.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. So I just had one question, but given what Councilor Vasquez and Mayor Pro Tem just raised, I have a couple other questions now. My first question is, I think there's some legislation that hasn't even been finalized yet as we head into 2021. So what's then the opportunity for us to bring forth a new resolution supporting different legislation between now and essentially the end of the legislative session?
Councilor, we can do that anytime. If you see something that needs to be done, preferably, if depending on the magnitude of it, of course, preferably I'd like to have a work session on it.
Okay.
But if it's something really, something like a memorial for Coach Henson or something like that, we can do that real quick. But if it's something really of a magnitude that could cost money or bring money into the city, I think we need to have a work session on. But the session is supposed to go. Let's see here. This is it's supposed to go 60 days. So it's mid-March.
Okay. I mean, off the top of my head already, right, I can think about the early childhood, taking out that 1% from the permanent fund to go towards early childhood education. Like and that's not on the list, of course, and I'd be happy to talk to staff about bringing this forth to a work session if that's necessary. I just wondered while I was preparing for this, I didn't want this to mean the door was closed after this.
No.
Okay. Great.
It was just 1%. It wasn't 1 billion.
No, it's just 1%.
Oh, I think we should take 1 billion out of it.
Mayor, me too. My second question then, given what Councilor Vasquez was just saying, what is the mechanism for after we pass this? What does that look? Is it a letter? Like what's the vehicle that then gets shared with legislators and the governor about what we just supported?
I think what we'll probably do is if it passes, and since Councilor Vasquez volunteered his time, he'd probably get with Amber and Ifo and staff and Larry, and then Larry will probably go through them and see, he'll be able to spot real quick. Okay, this passed, it didn't pass. Okay, this passed, but maybe not the way this resolution said. And then he can probably tweak it that way, and then we'll come back and clean up the language and then present them. We can probably even present them all, or let's say half of them to council, since these were already passed in principle, and all we're doing is clarifying some additional numbers or something to it.
Okay.
I don't see that being a big problem.
Okay, so just even procedurally, so I understand, we wouldn't necessarily have to vote to amend this to then for it to get fixed and then come back.
We'll just, I think what we could do is just, we could vote to just make sure that those that are germane to the issue be sent up, because if some that, like Mayor Pro Tem was talking about, if some that changed, then it's not applicable anymore because the percent is too high, then those get left out, and then that's the one that will maybe come back and see if council wants to change the wording or the numbers, and then if we want to move forward with that. If you want to do that to an amendment, I think that might be even more prudent.
Okay, I just wasn't sure about the procedure or the process, but that helps clarify it. If as long as, I think for me it's important that if we're going to send a packet that my fear would be that perhaps it would dilute some of the messaging or importance of some of them, and I don't want that, right? I think Las Cruces, as a council, if this passes, we are saying these are important to us for X, Y reason, that they're all equally important, right? That they all have their significance, and so I just want to make sure that that weight is still there with this kind of resolution.
Sure.
Those were all my questions.
Okay. Let's see who's next. Councilor Sword.
Dear, I wasn't quite ready for you.
Yeah, I can go to the next one and come back to you.
No, that's all right. This is very short and sweet. I think it's been already mentioned, and so I'm just going to double on this. I was asking if it was too late to add an item to the list, and the item happens to be reform in the tax increment development district statutes in the state. I know there's going to be some proposed amendments to that statute that's going to be presented. Once those are formalized, can we bring them to a work session, Mayor, and decide whether to support them or not?
Okay, can you okay, earlier, Councilor, you said if it was too late to change this, then you...
No, to add.
Oh, to add. I don't think we can, did we pass a resolution in the past on this issue you were talking about?
No, this is brand new.
No, I don't think, these are resolutions that were passed by council in years previous. That's why we're just kind of putting them together like that. What we can do is, excuse me, at our a council meeting, or if you want to share with that during council comments, expand on a little bit more, and then we'll kind of go from there and see what direction to take.
Yeah, okay. It won't be today. It'll be probably the next meeting.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sure. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, colleagues, for all your comments. I agree very much with if I understood Mayor Pro Tem Gandara correctly, to have Amber Vaughn's office work with, and that would be the new political analyst. Congratulations to whoever he or she is. And to work in conjunction with the city attorney's office regarding Social Security benefit taxation. From where I'm sitting, as someone who's been working I've been working since I was 17. So I've been working longer than most of you have been alive, my dear fellow colleagues. So for someone who had jobs that just, like working at department stores that treat you like a rag, come and work in 10 minutes and no benefits, no schedule even of when you're going to be working. And as a professor, I was non-tenured, and so I didn't really have benefits. And then it wasn't until I started practicing law that I worked with firms that had IRAs and 401ks and all that sort of stuff. And so when I moved here to New Mexico from California, I received a penalty notice from the state saying that I hadn't paid my taxes on Social Security. I was shocked. And I'll tell you, it's double taxation. So that's why I'm saying, why should I be taxed? That money was already taxed. And that was taxed before I got my net pay. So looking at it as someone, not necessarily because I'm of a certain age or because I'm of a certain income level, but because I already paid those taxes. And this is federal. This is a federal statute. So why is the state of New Mexico now interfering with a state, with a federal statute or federal monies? Social Security Act is federal, not state. And I don't understand how the state of New Mexico had a tax exemption to begin with and then repealed it in 1990. So I And I feel even more for, and it isn't very, the threshold isn't very high. It's like once taxes, it's phased that when income reaches $28,501. I mean, if you've been working as long as I have, and we do have an elderly, we have a lot of old people like me in the community, it's appalling. I mean, this money was already paid, taxes were already paid on this money. And for the state that does nothing except collect our money on what we report in our tax returns, our tax filings, it's appalling and it's shameful. And so I feel very strongly, I agree with Councilor Gandara, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, that some of these have to be totally revamped. I think that there would be enough time because we've already gone through all the machinations, all the mechanisms, all the discussion. we discuss things till we're blue in the face sometimes. So I think that a lot of these have to be written, and it's true as to what Councilor Vasquez said, that those payday loans, I call them those payday loans, those rip-off loans, were negotiated to 140 something. And I remember that very clearly because two senators were having a very robust discussion. And I thought they're going to get into blows here because one senator was saying it wasn't enough, whatever the compromise was, it just wasn't enough. And the other one was saying, well, people should be glad that we did that. And to me, again, appalling that anybody would think that borrowing money and being charged 136%. I think 25% on my Macy's card is appalling. It's like, 25%, that's like $1. That's 25 cents on each dollar. So anyway, I think that we have to look at these quickly. I think that my recommendation, I'm not going to be voting for this because I do not want to send a package to the state legislature that is almost like a, sloppy, willy-nilly, here we are. Oh, this is something we sat on for 3 or 4 years now, but here, can you look at it? And then you decide no, I would like to see something that's neat, something that's been totally analyzed, has correct information, address the issues as to why maybe our resolution and the Social Security should include the fact that it's double taxation. And it does say that it undermines the purpose of the Social Security Act, which was, So, but I think that it has to use stronger language as to how this is in the federal domain. This is not for the state of New Mexico to be even dabbling in. And so shame on the legislature of 1990 and legislatures before that even. So that's my 2 cents on that. I will not be voting for this. There's just too many problems. There's just too many, and why did we sit for all these many years going back to early 2017 where, I guess because we're up for legislative action. But anyway, I feel very strongly about this, Mayor. I don't think, and colleagues, I don't think that this is ripe to send up. It's like doing, it's like doing a term paper where you gather this resource, you do some research and you put it all together and you figure, oh, it's going to look good for my professor. And I'm going to get an A on it because it's just so big. Well, no. So I think that we need to really look at this seriously and get the legal team on there, get Amber Vaughn in there and our political analyst. I'm not telling people what to do, but I am saying that this doesn't fly with me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. So what if we were to do this? What if you were to ask that it be tabled and then you and Councilor Vasquez and work with the team that was mentioned earlier, look at it, see what's applicable, then bring it back for a future council meeting. And then with the corrected information, the ones that you like, and most likely the rest of the council will support it because, everybody seems to do what you want and go from there.
I would be very willing to work with the group and more than willing to work with the group to make sure that cannabis bill gets passed, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Seriously,
so
just to make sure. Oh, I worked at the Broadway department store on Broadway, downtown Los Angeles. It was like 5th and Broadway or 4th and Broadway. Oh, 4th and Broadway, which is now a state building. And I actually appeared on some cases in that building. So I had some hearings there because they're state offices. But it was really interesting seeing it going in as an attorney, you know, like fast forward.
No, when you were 17, you worked as an attorney?
No.
Oh, that was what I was asking.
No, I worked as just a clerk, you know, someone who goes in when I was a senior in high school. Gotcha. And now it's owned by the Federated Stores, including Bloomingdale's and Macy's and all that. Doesn't even exist anymore. Okay. But that's my first job.
All right. Well, let's hear from Councilor Abeyta-Stuve. I've got one question to ask Jennifer, and then if you decide to make a motion to table, then we'll do it. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve.
Thank you, Mayor. I am inclined to agree with Councilor Flores to table this motion until we can fix items. I don't know, in my line of work, and with Larry, is it common to have items go before the legislators that need to be edited per se? Or generally those items, you know, I know there's a high level of professionalism, so I just want to make sure that we are sending correct information from the whole council and that it is neat, clean, sharp, easy to read for everyone. And so, Larry, if you could just talk about what you've seen with your line of work from other spots.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilor Abeyta-Stuve. Yeah, I think we want to have it in a final form that reflects what the intent of this council is. And when I see the list, for me, it's more of its guidance are these issues still pertinent and a priority of the council? And then if it is, then we'll update it to what, you know, to reflect the language in the current legislative session. And so for me, that's the most important piece. And I think also for legislators, they want to know, is the council, are you still taking an official position on these issues that we've dealt with in the past? And the ones that Amber did bring up and we've looked at, they are still pertinent. They're likely to come up, although in an unusual session like we're going to have this year, they may not just because of logistical issues, but these are still on the minds of the legislators. So I think putting it in a format just so we can signal what your official position is. And it's also a new council, so we want to make sure that language tracks with what your positions are on. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. It does. And as we are working, should we end up tabling this item as we work to correct any of those issues, that doesn't prevent you from talking with our legislators and saying these are items that are on the table and are coming up. So you can still have those conversations with people to inform of our wishes, I guess, or way that we're heading, our direction that we're heading as a council, correct?
Mayor and Councilor Abeyta-Stuve, that's correct. I mean, for me, the most important, we know what the position is going to be. And so even if we don't have the document to point to, because sometimes even with legislators, they get such a stack of documents on any particular issue, they may or may not see it. So we want to make sure that even more importantly is when we are setting up those discussions with them prior to the session, that we can talk about it. So that's absolutely correct.
Thank you. Yes, then I would be in favor of tabling this item so that we can make sure that we're sending out a real crisp document and knowing that it won't prevent us from being able to have those conversations with our legislators. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, you have a comment or question?
I do, Mayor. Thank you. This question is for Larry. Do we know what the Municipal League is going to be supporting? Do we have a list, or how does that work? And because I'm thinking that we should probably compare those and determine what how we feel about each of those items and make sure that we're uniting, right? A united front, I think, is important as well. So I'm interested to know if you've heard from the Municipal League what those items might be.
Thank you, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, Municipal League has adopted their legislative resolution, as has the Association of Counties. And so what Mr. Peely and I, and we discussed it with the council, is coming up with more of a general position statement from the council on legislative issues, as we kind of talked about at our last meeting. So that's actually something I'm currently putting together to provide to staff to then bring to the council when appropriate. So it would reflect more of those general issues, like whether or not we're going to support the Municipal League's legislative resolutions. How are we going to deal with issues that may impact local revenue sources and protecting home rule authority, et cetera. So it's actually a document I'm working on now to present to staff to bring to council before, probably not until January. I understand now you have there's a time limit that we need to make sure and get it into you, but it's something we're working on, which will also include analysis and those Municipal League resolutions as you see fit to support, because the council may want to support some of them and some you may not want to take a position on, or you may disagree with.
Okay, good to know. And then, Mayor, I see Debbie Moore on the line. Typically, there's a group, right, that's working with the chambers and the schools, and I'm wondering if those things have happened, and will they be presenting, as they do every year, what the priorities are for this next year?
Well, usually those are priorities that the chamber comes up with. I don't think they develop items for council that I'm aware of.
No, not for council, Mayor, but they have an opportunity to meet with the legislators, right? And we all get invited and we get to hear what their priorities are. I guess what I'm saying is that I see that there's a lot of siloing work here. And it's important that we have communication, not just before legislative session, but all year through with our legislators. We have pretty amazing access to our legislators, and that we shouldn't be waiting right till the end of the year, or at this point in time when there are those opportunities to talk about what the priorities are for our county. I think we should know what they are moving forward, so that we support each other. And instead of this sort of siloing work that I feel that we've done, no fault of anybody, but we times are going to be tough. There's going to be very serious issues being brought up because of COVID. And I think it's important that we have those conversations together. That's why.
I gotcha. Okay, so EFO, so, excuse me. So what we used to do in the past before COVID is we actually would have a breakfast. We'd invite New Mexico State University, Doña Ana County, of course, the city's there. We could reach out to, but usually we kept it government. And we tried to find out what each one's priorities were, see what the central themes were, and how we could support that as we move forward. I think what Mayor Pro Tem was asking is if, since Debbie Moore's on the meeting, whether or not they have their own specific items that they want to see from the legislature, I guess, and then just see what those are. Is that what you're getting at, Mayor Pro Tem? But circling back to EFO, I don't have a problem. I think that probably would be prudent. I mean, this is a new era that we're dealing with, and I don't think that we're going to get the entire council or the entire commission. But if you can get maybe the leadership, the chairman, the vice chair of the county commission, perhaps the chancellor and President Floros, and then the school board, maybe the president and the vice president of the school board, and we can all kind of get together and see what exactly, kind of share with them what the council's priorities are, see if they have theirs already lined up, and then just see what we can do to make sure that we have a unified voice when we're talking with our legislators during the upcoming session.
Mayor, Council, this is EFO. Yeah, I've actually been in a meeting with that Debbie. I know Debbie's online here. That Debbie has set up that was really effective. That had just about all the stakeholders you mentioned, Mayor. Debbie, I don't remember if we've planned to meet again or what the process on that was, but it was really helpful. But I think this is, Mayor, are you requesting that maybe we have something with council?
Well, let's see what Debbie has to say. So Debbie, are you there? Can you jump on real quick?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilor, Mayor Pro Tem Godera, Mr. Pili, by the way, happy birthday. Hope you've had a great first birthday in the great city of Las Cruces. You're referring in the conversation to the Diana County.
Excuse me, Debbie, can you state your name and position?
I can. I apologize. Debbie Moore, President CEO of the Greater Las Cruces Chamber of Commerce. We also coordinate the Diana County Legislative Council that Mr. Pili was referring to. We are in the process now. In fact, Mr. Pili, I'm multitasking, and I apologize for unmuting myself a while ago. We're in the process now, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, of getting the final top 3 priorities to see where we're at. To your point, we do typically, the chamber has sponsored a send-off breakfast, and we have not decided how we're going to formulate that. To Mayor Pro Tem Godera's comment regarding the conversations, we have endeavored all of us to keep in contact with our legislators. The chamber right now is in the process of contacting all our legislators too. I think it goes without saying, Mr. Mayor, that this year is going to be a challenging session. So the more we're all on the same page on the issues that we can agree upon, the better off we are. And that is a focus of mine to promote and to advocate for. So, Mr. Mayor, I will let you know through Mr. Pili, obviously can communicate with you that when we have those priorities, we will share them. I think first and foremost, all of us, we want to help our businesses. We want to help businesses succeed as they navigate and begin to really hit that recovery pivot point. And knowing full well, I've been contacted by legislators as well as to what we advocate for, and certainly that is our priority right now is businesses. So, Mr. Haran, I will be reaching out to you as well. I think it's important that we keep the communication between all of the lobbyists, all of the organizations going. So that will be my priority. My board is well aware of that. It's going to be a priority this session to get everyone to communicate and move forward. So, Mr. Mayor, I hope, and Mayor Pro Tem, I hope that at least answer some of your questions.
Well, Debbie, if you thank you for your response, but do you mind kind of just giving a real quick recap of what this meeting that EFO was talking about? What is the name of it, and who are the participants?
Mr. Mayor, thank you for the opportunity. Yes, it's the Diana County Legislative Coalition. It has been in existence for many years, and it consists of, if I can remember everyone off the top of my head, the Chamber of Commerce, the Hispanic Chamber, Las Cruces Green Chamber, the schools, Las Cruces Public Schools, Mavita, the City of Las Cruces, the County of Doña Ana. We've added the Bridge of Southern New Mexico, and we certainly have also embraced Spaceport America and some of the things that they have brought to the table to help with the economic impact within our community. I think that is all. NMSU and Diana Community College, both of them are at the table.
Who from NMSU was there?
So it's Ricardo Real, their lobbyist, and he works very close with both Lenny Martinez and Chancellor Arvizu in this regard, and I know he keeps in touch with Chancellor Arvizu.
Okay, so did NMSU or did the Board of Regents, did they pass some type of a document that said this is what we want to?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Debbie Moore, Greater Las Cruces Chamber for the record. Yes, sir, they have, and I have received it. I was just waiting for the other organizations to get theirs into me. So we compile a list, and then we pass it out. And we do have another meeting coming up next week, EFO, and we will finalize that as soon as I can get those in. But yes, NMSU has given theirs.
Did Doña Ana County give theirs?
Not yet. I'm working with Mr. McMahon over there to get theirs in.
Okay, what about the school board?
No, sir. I'm in the process of rallying the troops to get their priorities.
Okay, so what was the meeting about, if I may ask?
So the meeting, we meet monthly. It's a year-round meeting now that we meet just to discuss things. And then so this was COVID related. We meet together on several things, but actually it was the beginning. But we try to meet monthly. Obviously, we've missed a couple in the summer. When I came, Mr. Mayor, just for clarification, they were only meeting, to Mayor Pro Tem's point, near the session. I see it as a vital organization and a coalition that really needs to meet year round. And so this is the first year, obviously, again, not an excuse, but COVID kind of sent us sailing in another direction. But this would be something that I think we could all benefit from in the correspondence year round. And I also think, Mr. Mayor, one of the goals I have for next year is to really do a stronger initiative among staying in contact with our local delegation. And actually, obviously, Las Cruces Day in Santa Fe will not happen, but we might do some virtual things there. But certainly part of our goals that we've talked about at this meeting and some of the other meetings is actually inviting all of the legislators to Las Cruces next year to showcase. So really enhance that contact.
Who are the if I may ask, who are the representatives from Doñana County that go to this this monthly meeting of yours?
Mr. McMahon, Chuck McMahon, Assistant County Manager.
So no commissioners?
No commissioners. No, there's no elected officials that have traditionally been involved, and I don't know the history of that, Mr. Mayor, at all. It has just been traditionally either the lead or their designee from each of the organizations. Like Dr. Trujillo's on there.
Yeah, and I say this with all due respect, but we're the policymakers, and I think you should at least extend an invitation to at least one city council member to attend that meeting, because it's more importantly for transparency, but also to there are things that council needs to be aware of. We're this coalition here, I'm not even aware that you guys were meeting monthly, and I suspect that no elected officials or even appointed officials like the Board of Regents attend this. So getting back to EFO, this is different, EFO. This is different because you've got the senior management of these organizations, but you don't have the legislative body, which we are of the city, coming up with what we want to see because ours may actually be different than what these members here, because I have there's no elected officials here. So yes, I think, and I'll help you with this. We'll get together and we'll put something together before the session, but we need to do it soon. And it can be a real simple. It can be whether it's President Floros or Chancellor Arvizu, whatever, however council members can attend, the chairman of the county commission or vice chair, school board president and such. I mean, and if they choose to send their superintendent or Chuck McMahon, okay, but at least we've reached out to them and that's been their response. But I can assure you, the council would like to have a seat at this table and want to hear exactly what's being proposed. So,
Mr. Mayor, oh, sorry, Mr. Petey, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Mr. Mayor, council, from my understanding, just so everybody's aware, like I said, this is my first meeting that I attended. I don't know, maybe a few weeks ago. Just so everybody knows, the content of the meeting was really passing along what was prioritized by our council or by our commissions, and so everybody kind of went around the room, just passing along. I don't think anybody was coming up with, trying to come up with a unified approach without anybody else. It was just going around what's basically NMSU, what's your organization telling you to do, basically, what are they saying? And then we just went around the room pretty much communicating what like you mentioned, Mayor, what the policymakers were wanting. Some of us had passed things already, others hadn't. Some of us were putting lists together, and that was communicated. Is that what? Just kind of a past FYI informational setting, but I don't know, Debbie, if you had any other thoughts. Like I said, this was my first meeting there.
I'm very familiar with all the organizations, and to a certain degree, a lot of them are, they're volunteer positions, and so of course they're going to defer to their paid executive team, such as Debbie. But this council, I think the commission, maybe the school board may defer to Dr. Trujillo, but I think it's imperative that one council, if on this, now on our other one that you and I are talking about, that's something there that we're going to have it's going to be like a work session. And if the majority if all the council members can attend, great. If a majority of them, great. We need to have at least 4. And then we'll reach out to a member to the county commission and let them know what we're discussing. And if they have to put together something, even if it's kind of loosely put together, that's fine. At least that we're reaching out and we're trying to find a common theme and then convey that to our legislators so that we know that, that this is what all of us are wanting to do.
So, Mr. Mayor, Debbie Moore for the record, if I could ask for point of clarification, this coalition typically has done the printed book that we take up to Las Cruces at the same document? Are we talking 2 separate documents? Because I will say one thing we've done is we've limited it to the top 3 and working on issues and that are common to all the above. So, and obviously I can work offline with both you, Mr. Mayor, and Mr. Peely on the specifics of this, just so that we're not duplicating efforts and we're continuing forward.
Debbie, and I think, and I may be speaking out of line here, but I think as long as members of the council are aware that this is taking place, I think they'll feel more comfortable knowing whatever, so because again, I had no idea you guys met monthly, none. I don't recall I've ever been invited. Not that I'm saying I need to be, but I think it's important that this committee here, I think is one that, I'd like to be aware of. I mean, it is. You've got our CEO over there, and although we trust him explicitly, but it's important to know just exactly what's being discussed here. I don't know. I mean, do we have copy of the minutes? I don't know if you guys take minutes, but you know what I mean? Something there. It's like anything else. When things are being transparently done, and I'm not inferring anything, but when they're being transparently done, I think council is a little bit more at ease. And I mean, I can tell you right now that, I'd like to know what's happening with there because, I just would. But getting back to what we were discussing, what Mayor Pro Tem was wanting to bring up, I think this is what I was envisioning, or what we've done in the past. It's the elected officials, and we extend it out to our school board members, our county commission, all those that can attend, and because we get together and pass the, disclose what each respective body has passed, and this is what we feel are common among the 3 or 4 bodies that we have. In fact, I even think we even reach out to Mesilla, the town of Mesilla, Mayor Barraza and her team there. But I believe so. But it's something there that, gosh, time already flies. I'm glad Mayor Pro Tem brought that up. We got to get ready for the next session, and so on and so forth.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
I think, for me, what is important is we're the 2nd largest county in the state, and we have to act like it. And there are so many little cities and, townships, villages, that deserve to have a seat at the table to have this discussion. And the more that we can work collaboratively, especially during this time, in a cohesive way. And thanks for Councilor Bencomo to remind me, right, all of us, that we have to take our power. There's more power in numbers, and we need to be able to do that and do that effectively. And I get that some of us may not always see eye to eye. I understand that, but at the end of the day, I'm here to protect the people, our people, right? Our low-income people, our businesses, in spite of what people may think. We have to work together. And I think we can be a real example for the state if we really start, working together rather than in our silos. And honestly, I knew that they were meeting. I knew that. I always felt like, well, I don't have an invitation to come. Now that I'm Mayor Pro Tem, I think we need to, I feel like it's a leadership opportunity, and we need to be very clear that we need a seat at that table to hear what others, and honestly, I think it's late in the game, and we need to be working on this so much earlier in the year. And so that's all I'm going to say about that. But I appreciate the conversation. I think it needs to happen. Where we're bringing the mayors of Mayor Trujillo, Mayor Barraza, the mayor from Sutton Park, the Hatch mayor. Now, whether they come or participate is up to them, but at least we're inviting folks to the table to speak to the priorities that they see in their communities that are affecting their communities day to day. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so my question to thank you, Debbie. My question to Jennifer Vega Brown is if Councilor Flores and Councilor Vasquez look at these, maybe some of them may be outdated resolutions, and let's just use one that says the resolution says something about we want to limit the interest rate to 36%, but now maybe it's changed. Can we just leave it blank, and then when they bring it forward to council, can that discussion take place and then add that number at that time and pass it? Or how would you suggest that work? Or if we left it at the or just automatically change it to what they feel is the current interest rate, that and then just have it posted that way so it's advertised as such, and then if there's a discussion, then it can ensue.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is Jennifer Vega Brown, your city attorney. My suggestion, you should not leave it blank, because then it won't be properly noticed. What I would do is you could possibly put in a range. You could have, it could be between X amount and Y amount, and so you could have a range, or you can have the highest amount and then lower it. It's always easier for publication purposes to lower something than to increase something. So okay. I would do it either one of those ways.
Sounds good. So I did that for Councilor Flores and Vasquez while they're looking through that. And then if you can go through those resolutions and then get with EFO and staff, and then we'll put it on the next council agenda for passage. Okay. That's if it's going to be tabled, because after right now there's no more hands up. Once you I'll get to Amber. Once you get you put a motion in a second, there's no more discussion. Amber Vaughn.
Mayor, City Council, this is Amber Vaughn for the record. I just wanted to clarify that this resolution was just to reaffirm that these were still priorities for the City Council. We will definitely be doing all of the research after the fact to make sure that it includes the correct information that's in legislation today, but that these items were items that you had identified in the past as being a priority. We wanted to just make sure they were still a priority. And I'm sorry if that wasn't clear. Thank you.
Ms. Vaughn, I have a question for you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilor.
Thank you. Ms. Vaughn, so before Councilor Vasquez and I meet with you and the political analyst, and hopefully definitely somebody from the legal department, and Mr. Peely, would you please go through what you said you were going to be doing? So, because it sounds almost as if what we received wasn't really a finished product that you intended to send to the legislature. So maybe I misunderstood, but it doesn't change the fact that we do have to get together. So can you do those changes prior to our meeting, and then we can work from your drafts?
Councilor Flores, this is Amber Vaughn. Yes, we can do the research and get that to you. This was just to make sure that these were still priorities, that certain items were still things you wanted to see the legislature pass and look into, so that we will be doing that. And yes, we can do that beforehand, before we have the meeting.
And thank you, Ms. Vaughn. Mr. Peely,
You got cut off, Councilor Flores. What did you say?
I was asking Mr. Peely, or the entire group that would be meeting, how soon could we meet? Because time is of the essence. I think the legislature begins, the session begins on February 6th.
I think Councilor Vasquez wants to meet right after this meeting, after you guys finish. That's what he said. He's ready to do it.
Well,
And honestly, when you look at the executive summary, it does say the list of projects will be used to seek capital outlay funding during the 2021 New Mexico legislative session. So I think it probably would be prudent to go ahead and table it, get together, come back and give back to Amber the what you guys have discussed, and I'm sure it'll be fine. We'll pass it before our next, because we'll have another council meeting before the session starts, I'm sure. And if it does, it'll be starting that week, and I don't know if they're going to be getting them. Well, that's right. They're not going to be going. They'll be home already. So yeah, they may get a lot of work done this session. I mean, more so than before. Not saying that they don't get done before.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's up to you all if you want to table it or not. So I'll leave it at that.
I move to table.
I'll second. I'll second Abeyta-Stuve.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Councilor Abeyta-Stuve to table to date specific, Councilor Flores? To our next city council meeting in January?
Well, that's pretty soon. Yes, if it's possible. But
I don't think we're going to have one on the 21st. So our next council meeting will be January, what, Christine? I don't have mine.
January 4 is our next, is January.
Okay.
We actually do have one scheduled for the 21st, Mayor.
Yeah, but we usually cancel that. It's going to be Christmas that week. We usually just have it there for show, and then we postpone it, usually.
I think it's usually the work session, but we can, I think we would have to take action today.
You want to do the 21st? Yeah, we can probably get it done that fast. What do you think, Councilor Vasquez? Can you do it that quick?
Of course. I mean, I think so much of the work really has to be done by staff and Larry, but I'm happy to review that the priorities are updated.
All right, we'll give it a shot. Okay, we'll give it a shot. Okay, so date specific, table to the 21st of December. So motion and second. Christine, this is the table.
This is on the motion to table resolution 21-081 to December 21st, 2020. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so we're going to go on to item 7.1, resolution 21-081. Oh, that was it. 7.2, resolution 21-082.
Move to approve.
Good afternoon, Mayor, councilors.
Hold on one second, Amy. Who was the second?
Gandara.
Gandara. Okay, motion made by Councilor Vasquez, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gandara. I apologize, Amy.
No problem. Good afternoon, Mayor, councilors. Amy Johnson-Basford, Grants Administrator. Today we are presenting to you the resolution to do the legislative session capital outlay priorities. And let me share my screen. Okay, are you all seeing it?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. I'm in the office today, and so I'm a little bit unsure of how all these screens work together that I'm normally used to only one. So we are presenting today basically.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'm not seeing it at all. Am I the only one?
Yeah, you are. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not seeing it either.
Oh, all right. Let me try.
I don't know what it is. I'm just stumbling today. I apologize for that. I was looking on something else here.
It's already on Christmas break.
Do you see it now?
Yes, we do.
Okay, great.
Yes, we do.
Thank you. And so today we are going to present for you a resolution to confirm the capital outlay priorities for the upcoming legislative session. These are based on the work session that was held at the end of October that we have brought forward today for your consideration. As I mentioned back in October when we had our work session, project selection for capital outlay priorities are required to be on the state-approved ICIP. Considerations for these projects should be how ready is the project to begin working on. That includes the need for us to be able to obligate 5% of the award from the state within 6 months of the bond sale. So that's why project readiness is a very important factor when we're looking at project selection. We look at the amount of funding required to complete the project, whether the project can be phased, whether it's in alignment with the city's strategic plan or department strategic plans, and that it must be a capital improvement that has a life of at least 10 years. So the items that were of general consensus by you all from the work session was the sewer and utilities project, which includes this septic tank replacement projects where we are removing, where we're running sewer lines to neighborhoods that have previously not had that. The utilities department determines which areas need to be done based on a priority areas from a study that was done in 2008. And so this funding of $3.8 million would be for the remaining work to be done in Brittany Estates and Estados Serenos, as well as the Hacienda Acres Phase 3. The next item is street and flood control projects. We have 2 projects listed under that one. $1.25 million for the East Mesa roads and drainage. This does include street projects and flood control, and allows for land acquisitions, design, right-of-ways, and construction. It is based on a drainage study that was recently conducted and completed by a consultant in the Public Works Department. The Madrid extension for $400,000 is to extend Madrid Avenue from Martha to Trevice and bring that extension in line with the Complete Streets policy that the city follows. Then we have public safety communications. This is to complete the needed work that needs to be done on making our police and fire P25 compliant. The total cost is $844,000. The police department, we need $360,000 to replace radios and upgrade other radios. Currently, the overall completion for the police department is at 85%. Fire additionally needs to upgrade and replace some radios for $120,000. Their current overall completion rate is at 86%. And then the final step of the process is for IT to complete upgrades to the A Mountain repeaters for $364,000. That would bring our public safety entities in line with the P25 communications requirements by the federal government. The next item is the Brannigan Cultural Center. This is phase 2 of improvements, requesting $1.5 million. The activities that will be done under this funding are based on the recent historic building report that has been completed by a consultant for the museums section. It identifies critical next steps to ensure that the building remains a viable historic building in our community. So the items that would be covered would be interior and exterior wood elements, exterior stucco, repairing the original wood windows, and other improvements as recommended in the report. And then finally, we have the airport improvements, the airport terminal building for $500,000. This would be to plan, design, construct, and equip expansion of the existing airport terminal into a larger terminal to accommodate both private and commercial aircraft landings. The funding of this amount will cover the design and some of the initial site work, and will prepare the airport for soliciting funding from the FAA and the New Mexico Department of Transportation Aviation Division for funding the terminal construction. This is also recommended by airport study consultants that recently presented to City Council. Here is the overall project list in summary for your review. I do have Larry Haran on the phone, as well as representatives from each of the departments. And your options are as follows. I will stand for questions and have the departments available to you as well.
All right, thank you. And so far, no questions. Unless my computer's broke. Well, okay, good. Christine, hurry before they change their mind. Go ahead and call for the vote.
Okay. This is on the motion to approve resolution 21-082. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 7.3, resolution 21-083.
Move to approve, Councilor Sorg.
Second.
Second, Abeyta-Stuve.
Okay, Councilor Sorg motion, second by Councilor Abeyta-Stuve. And it looks like Dr. Francisco Payadas will discuss.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I just need to stop the sharing and I'll be able to share my screen.
Maybe Amy needs to take her presentation down.
I don't know.
Amy?
Adrian, can you remove that?
There we go. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Francisco Payares with the Economic Development Department. And let me start sharing my screen in this case. Please let me know whenever you can see it, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, we can see it.
Excellent.
Councilor Sorg, that's a nice background. I'd like a copy of that, please.
Sure. Well, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Councilor Sorg, thank you very much. This is a resolution that we're presenting to you to place a 12-month moratorium on the Las Cruces Municipal Code, Chapter 16, Article 4, Section 16-127, business registration fee, beginning January 1st, 2021, and ending on December 31st, 2021, and establishing a temporary $5 fee for business registrations as proposed by the Las Cruces Economic Recovery Board. So let me begin very quickly. The background on this, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to mention the members of the Las Cruces Economic Recovery Board. As you know, the City Council of Las Cruces approved a resolution some time ago when the pandemic started to create the Las Cruces Economic Recovery Ad Hoc Board with the purpose of making specific recommendations to the Mayor and City Council on strategies to gradually reopen the Las Cruces economy affected by the COVID-19 pandemic in a way that was smart, effective, and that it would fit the needs of Las Cruces. The members of this board are Mr. Chairman Chris Chalger, who's present in this call, Vice Chair Debbie Moore, who's also present in this call, as well as Ms. Darlene Lopez, Ms. Sharon Thomas, Ms. Veronica Archuleta, Ms. Susan Greenwald, Ms. Jolene Martinez, Ms. Brooke Montgomery, Mr. Michael Harris, Mr. Ron Fitzherbert, and Mr. George Miller. All of them are the members of the Las Cruces Economic Recovery Board. And of course, we can also thank the great support of the staff from legal, from community development, and from the Office of Budget that supported us in the creation of this resolution in front of you. So with that, Mr. Mayor, the Las Cruces Economic Recovery Board met on September 24th and basically approved the recommendation on a temporary reduction on business registration fees for businesses located in the city of Las Cruces to $5 per year for the period from January 1st, 2021 and ending on December 31st, 2021. So this is temporary reduction in business registration fees from what they currently are at $35 to $5 for the 12 months. And this is with the purpose of supporting the businesses that have been deeply affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. The 12-month moratorium applying in Section 16-127, fees in Article 4 in Business Registration and Licensing, Chapter 16, Taxation, Miscellaneous Business Registrations of the Municipal Code. This would be effective upon request for business registration license or upon renewal of a new business registration license. That is, whenever a business is registering with the City of Las Cruces, rather than charging $35, we will make this to be $5 for a period of 1 year, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, so that all businesses that are either creating a new business or they're having a renewal, since we do our renewals on an annual basis, they can have access to this benefit. And Mr. Mayor, the council options are in front of you. And again, I wanted to make sure to mention that we have members of, well, we have the chairman and the vice chair of the Las Cruces Economic Recovery Board, as well as some of the members also of the departments that support us in this effort. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Dr. Payadas. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve has a question.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Doctor. I'm very happy to see this on our list, and I welcome a chance to be able to help our businesses out in different ways. My question does become around that of the $5. Is there a reason why we couldn't just not have business fees this year if there was a reason why that $5 was picked? In my mind, I mean, it is such a low amount that we're already dropping it down to, and with the intention of helping out these businesses, what that rationale was to drop it to the level it was, and if there is a possibility, should council feel like it, to just not have those fees for this 1 year.
Mr. Mayor, Madam, Councilor Abeyta-Stuve, this was discussed, yes, during the Las Cruces Economic Recovery Board. And the biggest rationale behind it is that whenever they see something that has no value, it's kind of like an incentive for businesses to try it and register their business. Despite the fact that it's $5, it is something still that needs to be paid, right? It's more of a representation of needing to go and make the payment, and not necessarily seeing this as being valueless, right? And having a business registration simply not being renewed because of that. So that was part of the rationale behind that, Councilor Abeyta-Stuve. And to your second question, the answer is yes. If council decided to change this, we can amend that, Councilor Abeyta-Stuve. I don't know if that answers your question now.
It does. Thank you. I absolutely appreciate the conversation that was had about the value. Personally, I think if we're going to be helpful in this way, I do feel that just not having the fee as an entirety would be beneficial. I mean, businesses still need to register, that is required. But if there's a way not to have any fee towards that, I would be in favor of that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Let me just ask Jennifer Vega Brown if that doesn't affect the anti-donation clause, if we were to do it for free, is that something that we could do it for no cost and still be in conformance with the state law?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. This is Jennifer Vega Brown. It was discussed with me prior to when this conversation began, and it was suggested that there be some fee. As Dr. Payadas discussed, one of the motivations for suggesting just a much lower fee is because we want to encourage registration. If there's no registration fee required, the motivation to register, usually the conversation was that it would be diminished. So we really want people to register, but businesses to register, so that we can track them and we can have them participate in other activities that are available to them, and us knowing that they're a registered business. But I do think there could be possible anti-donation. That was one of the things that was discussed. I also, since I have your attention, there was a question that was asked. It was not from the City Council, but there was a question that was asked, why is this not coming before you as an ordinance? I just want to point out that it was my opinion that it's not necessary. The charter, Article 2, Section 209, 209F requires that if an ordinance is amended or repealed, then you have to have an ordinance to do those two actions. You're not repealing the ordinance, the underlying ordinance, and you're not amending it. You're just changing the ordinance is not going to be enforced, and then you're replacing it through this resolution temporarily. But the ordinance will still exist. Just wanted to clarify.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Gondara.
Mayor, that was my question about the anti-donation and the amount. Thank you, Jennifer, for thoroughly explaining that. I do want to just take the time to, now that we have several of the members of the committee present, to thank them for their work. I'm very grateful to them, and I hope that we can come up with various ways to assist our businesses and our nonprofits and any other business that don't fall within those guidelines, our entrepreneurs. I'm hoping that you are able to come up with some other strategies to help moving forward. Because I think it's truly important that we do all that we can to assist our business community during this time. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. I too want to thank the Economic Recovery Board for coming up with this change in a moratorium on our city codes. So I just want to thank you. I think that this is a very good gesture on behalf of the city which supports our businesses. What is the amount that would normally be, what kind of revenue would this registration fee, the $35, what kind of revenue does that bring in? Do you know, Dr. Payares, offhand?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, we have the experts on the line, ma'am. If you let me, I'll pass that question to the one-stop shop person in charge, the Deputy Director, Tim Pitts from the Community Development Department.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Flores, this is Tim Pitts, Deputy Director for Building and Development in the city. We normally get about 2,500 business registrations in a year, so that amounts to about $75,000. We have asked, I think in this associated with the budget, we've asked for less because this is only for half the year of 2020, or I'm sorry, fiscal year 2021. We will address that with the next budget for the second half of the year. For the fiscal year 2022 budget. So about $75,000 to $80,000 is our expectation. It varies year to year based on how many people register their businesses, how many new businesses, how many renewals we get.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Pitts. So is that the $75,000? That's for the fiscal year 2021. I mean, 2020, 2021.
I think it was about 40,000. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, about 40,000 for this year, and then a similar amount for next fiscal year.
Okay, so we're going to see a reduction for next year. We'll see the entire reduction, right? Yeah, and that would probably, well, that's 1/7, so whatever that is. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you,
Sure.
Dr.
Welcome, Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Dr. Payares, for the presentation. And yes, thanks so much to the members of this committee that are here with us today and the other folks that couldn't join us. I am excited to see yet another recommendation from this board come to us. So thank you for your work. I had similar questions that Councilor Flores did. I also wondered if the council, in coordination with staff, have discussed other fees that affect businesses, right? Not just new businesses, but existing businesses that may be on an annual basis, and what opportunity is there for, I liked how Councilor Flores framed it, a good gesture for businesses in this moment as we head into a new year.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, Councilor Bencomo. I will defer that question to Mr. Pitts, Dr. Pitts as well, since he's in charge of the one-stall operation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo. I don't know how many. This is the only generally applicable fee that we have to every business, which was why this was chosen to be addressed. The rest of our fees, it all depends if somebody is starting, if somebody's doing construction or not doing construction. They won't pay the same fees if they're doing minor amounts of work to start a business. But businesses that are in operations, at least the one-stop shop has very little contact with them. We don't see them. We don't have a. I think the one thing we probably do have is the GRT, but that's collected all through the state, and we have. I don't know what sort of authority we would have over that, but that's not something that we in the one-stop shop have anything to do with. I would have to defer to legal or to someone else on that.
I mean, I think it's, I think this is very creative, and I think it's a good opportunity to look at, and I get, right, that it would be difficult given the different types of businesses, but given that we have a good representation on this council, really taking a lead from some of those folks, particularly folks like Ms. Debbie Moore, right, who know a lot of different kinds of businesses. Like, what are those businesses in operation? How could we alleviate some of that pain that they're feeling right now? I think I hope it's a conversation that this council continues to have. I wondered, a few weeks ago, I had raised the issue of El Paso Electric sending out notices to commercial entities in the area regarding overdue bills. Were we able to connect with them to figure out which of those businesses really needed extra support in terms of their electric bill?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, there was a discussion that we had specific to understanding bills with not only from the utilities of the electric utilities, but also from our own utilities. And we also provided some information during some of the sessions of the Las Cruces Economic Recovery Board for the different resources that we have available for utilities, for the businesses that they can apply for us. From the information of El Paso Electric, I think it was more of a clarification of how to read the bills, but not necessarily to the extent of providing support for that.
Okay, well, I'm wondering, if there's another opportunity to provide. I know that we have the utility assistance, but that's obviously for the Las Cruces utility. That doesn't include El Paso Electric. That I think it's an important way to circle back. Again, I think it's some of those hardest hit businesses. What is every possible legal way that we can be, supporting them and extending that olive branch as a city? I think is an important. It's important to explore everything, right, and get really creative. I've noticed that businesses are doing that on their own. I know that some restaurants are doing their own delivery now, right, as opposed to relying on like a third party to deliver their food. I think, resiliency is such a tricky thing, right, because it comes from often a place of struggle and pain, and it's not always good. But I think we have a lot of resilient people in this community. So as much as we as a city can support folks, I think is good. I hope this council continues to, I'm excited for this council to continue to bring back any further recommendations. I definitely support this. I think it's important. I think last thing I'll say, it's not necessarily a question. I just want, I've been reflecting a lot on how frustrated small business owners have been, and they've been voicing their frustration through many different outlets. And I get that. I might not get it personally in the way that they do, but I have been frustrated this year. I have felt angry this year. I have felt disappointed and let down this year. I think a lot of us are feeling really angry. I sometimes wonder if that anger is misdirected. I think for me, we have seen a colossal failure from the Trump administration and frankly Congress to act around this pandemic and the kind of support that they're giving residents and small businesses. We're seeing big box stores and Amazon thrive while our local mom and shops are hurting the most. And I feel like that's a direct outcome from the failure of this administration to actually have a national strategy for combating this pandemic and for ensuring that people stay afloat. And so I just want to name that I think cities, municipalities, states were left on their own devices to sort of figure it out. And last week after the special session, we saw the poorest state in the country provide a huge economic relief package for its citizens, for its businesses, and we are the poorest state in the country. And I think that that's important to note. I think it's important to note the type of support that Las Cruces and this council has been providing through the implementation of this council, through assistance with utilities, through the Economic Development Department has been working so hard to get that money out before December 31st, through the voucher program with FYI, through the nearly $3 million that we've distributed to local nonprofits. I think we've been trying our best, and I think when we come together, like this council is a perfect example of that. When we come together from different backgrounds, we can really come up with good creative solutions. So I just want to say thank you for everyone for doing that, and I look forward to hearing more from this council committee.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. Anything else? All right, seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve resolution 21-083. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes, finally.
Thank you. Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so now we're going to go to board appointments, and I'm going to need a motion and a second to appoint Kent Simpson to the Affordable Housing Land Bank and Trust Advisory Committee.
So moved by Flores.
Motion made by Councilor Flores. Is there a second? Okay, I'll
Second, Mayor, from Councilor
Vasquez. Okay. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Kent Simpson to the Affordable Housing Committee. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, and then I was also asked to appoint, and I won't need a motion or second on this. It doesn't have to be advertised. I was asked to appoint Mr. Jeff Thompson to the Parks and Recreation Board on behalf of Councilor Abeyta-Stuve. So we'll appoint him. Next, we're going to go to notice to propose ordinances. There'll be no public discussion. Councilor may ask staff for clarification on the proposed ordinance, which is 9.1, Council Bill number 21-023, ordinance number 2956.
Bring it forward.
Okay, bring it forward. Okay, now we're going to go to council member board reports and comments. So I was just curious if, if you all happen to have some numbers on I know a lot of employees are working from home, and other than our emergency personnel, our police and fire, have we spent any overtime for those that are out in the field that are not public safety? And if so, do we have any numbers on that? I don't know if you have it or Joe Richards has it.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, this is Joe Richards, Human Resources.
Hey, Joe.
I don't have calculations on that now, but we can certainly put some numbers together for you. I know that staff working remotely at times do work overtime. Part of the requirement is that they submit their, of course, payroll information. So I'm sure that we have had overtime payments in other areas in the organization.
Do you have a general idea of where it might be coming from? Just out of curiosity.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, at this time, no, I don't. I can certainly, again, pull some reports and get information for you.
No, I'd be interested. I thought you would say no. I didn't think we would have overtime other than public safety. You know, public safety we understand, but okay, I appreciate that. EFO, do you have an update on the mask that council had wanted to send out on the utility bills?
Mr. Mayor, Council, yes, I do. We've received 75,000 masks ready for disbursement. So that should be, I think there's a seven day lead time on it. I think we'll get it between 7 and 10 days out. But yeah, we have the 75,000 in. We contracted with a third party to send those out, and we're going to be sending that over to them tomorrow morning.
Oh, that would be good, especially in time for the holidays, because I'm still holding on to see how Thanksgiving is turning out, and knock on wood. I mean, we had one of the lowest days reported cases the other day. I mean, I'm still cautiously optimistic. And then the last thing is, if you can get with your team, specifically our emergency operations team, I haven't received any word yet from Conference of Mayors, but it seems like there may be some discussion or allowance for cities to discuss when the vaccine comes, the COVID-19 vaccine comes, how that may be distributed. And so if you could have your team start coming up with some potential options or what they're hearing, and then share that with council as to, the first responders or those in the medical field get the vaccine first, and then our elderly that maybe reside in various community, senior living places or retirement homes and such. You know what I mean? It's like an order of who gets it first and such, so that we can be all on the same song sheet and council's aware of that in case public asks us.
Mr. Mayor, we definitely will be prepared with the report. From what I understand from Eric, plans are already underway, so we'll be prepared with the report.
Is that your new assistant city manager you're talking, Eric? Is that who you're talking about?
That is, I'm not calling him chief anymore, just so we're not confused, but yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, sounds good. Okay, that's all I have. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, Mary, to piggyback on what you've said, a couple of weeks ago, I met with EFO about the system that the governor has in place. Obviously, we're currently on red, and really talking about what is it going to take to get us off, red and into yellow. What roles do the city play? What kind of, with the dashboard that's already in place, which zip codes are affected more. I don't feel like there's anybody within the city that is sort of managing that information. And if it is, that's not part of the reporting that we're getting from the MAC reports. And so for me, it's looking at all that data and then determining what are the best strategies moving forward. I know that Commissioner Reynolds is keeping track of that information. I've had some conversations with him, and he has the information, the reporting that he has been able to do is, there's so much information on there, but it's very, and so just knowing from day to day which zip codes are affected, how much they're affected is important so that we can streamline, our communication to the public so that they understand specifically, what that looks like. Messages from, the demographics that are being affected most, the 20 to the 40-year-olds. And messaging around that. I think it's important that the public, especially the city of Las Cruces, is very aware of where we're at, what it's going to take to get us out of that red zone into the yellow, and from yellow, I'm going to think positively into green. And so I just got that report over the weekend. Ifo, I promised that I was going to send that over to you, and I will. And Commissioner Reynolds has sent that up to Victor, because that data is a little skewed in that we're missing 500 cases somewhere. We don't know where that is, because placed on the dashboard and what in terms of diagnoses and was that there's not a match. So we're asking some assistance there from the governor's office to help us. But a lot of the conversation that I had with Ifo was, what are we going to do and how quickly can we get those PIOs out, graphics very specific to the city of Las Cruces. I know that in talking with our behavioral health community and our schools, there's so many folks, Mayor, very still struggling with resources, all the money that we've given. There's still some gaps or barriers in terms of whether people know and understand, where the help is. Also, from the business perspective, and I too have been reflecting a lot, like what else can we do, to help our small businesses or businesses that just need a little more. One of the things that in a conversation that came up is a lot of our businesses, when I speak to having the utility assistance, they were like, no, but that's for the Casa de Peregrinos, that's for people low income. We don't fall within that category. So what can we do to maybe push some funding over to a different entity, so that, because when you tell them, well, no, this is for you, the businesses and residents, they feel like they're taking away from people who really need it. And I'm suspecting that they are people who really need it in our business community, but feel they're challenged to reach out to Casa de Peregrinos. So I don't know if there's another system, if it means incorporating the chambers or some other agency or entity that could help maybe separate that money out into a different organization to manage. That would maybe be helpful. Also, Mayor, I've been receiving quite a few emails and calls related to speeding in the Alameda area. There's a couple of groups that are that you're going to start hearing from that want to make that that road there similar to what it looks like at on Solano. When it comes to the two laners and then it goes to the one lane. There's been quite a few accidents, pedestrian accidents, and just quite a bit of speeding there that people feel it's very difficult to cross on those streets, get to the park, walking when, they can't with the park being closed, walking and feeling safely doing that. And so I've appreciated Jamie Rickman, Mr. Cedillo, Felipe Hernandez, those folks from law enforcement that are addressing that specifically. But I told the folks that I would specifically bring this up to council and remind folks that something really needs to be done about it. I've talked to EFO about it, and he's working on getting some information. But again, it's a pretty consistent. In fact, this morning, it's not in that general area, but on Melendres and Pittsburgh, there have been two major, two bad accidents. Fortunately, there weren't bad injuries or deaths, thank goodness. But again, I know that law enforcement is very, very busy, but there just needs to be more, I think, done to get folks to slow down in our residential areas. And I again sent an email related to that this morning specifically. But I think we're seeing a lot of that across our city where people are speeding in residential areas, even outside of the mitigating strategies like putting a respect our neighborhood, the 25 miles per hour, that stuff just isn't working. And so I've wanted to understand what if law enforcement issues a ticket, what a moving violation costs. And maybe that means we need to start talking about doing something differently. I don't know what that is, but I think I'm getting just it's just inordinate. Just so many calls from different areas. It's just not, specific to the downtown and the historic districts. I'm getting them off Elks. Lots of major issues over there as well that I felt it was prudent to bring it up today. And I guess that's it, Mayor. I appreciated today's meeting. I thought we were really succinct and brought up some great information. I look forward to the work that Councilor Vasquez and Councilor Flores will be doing related to the legislative priorities. If there's anything that I can do to help with that, I'm happy to do it. Making some connections with some of our legislators, which are all the same connections that you have. So again, I'm happy to help as well. So thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. You brought up something that I knew there was one other item, and I failed to mention it. I just wanted to kind of get the council's thoughts. I can't really say too much, but about having another work session on the UTV ordinance. To see possibly whether or not we need to repeal that, because I think a majority of your emails may be coming from that, Mayor Pro Tem, because I'm seeing a lot of emails from Councilor Sorb's district and some others that I'm copied on, and it just seems like, although I think, I don't know. I mean, this totally is catching me off guard. I had no idea. It seemed that there's so many UTVs existed in the city until after we passed this, and they have just overtaken. I mean, I just had no idea. And although there's probably some most of them are probably responsible users, there's that small, probably 20% that isn't, and it's causing a big problem for the other 80%. And so Councilor Sorg was asking if we could maybe have a work session to discuss some of the issues that surrounding Las Cruces Police Department and codes and such, and just kind of get it's been probably a year that we discussed this, almost exactly a year that we discussed it. We passed it on March 13th, I think, or it went into effect on March 13th. And so whether or not we may need to repeal it or not. Is that something you'd be okay with?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I need to hear. Okay, Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I don't know about any of you, but I read obituaries in the newspaper. And there was one that just really touched me this morning or yesterday. I guess it was yesterday, 12/6/2020. So I would just like to read a little bit about La Señora Vicenta Juárez de Lugo. Our beloved mother and grandmother, Vicenta Juárez de Lugo, passed away peacefully on Sunday, November 15, 2020, at Casa de Oro Nursing Home in Las Cruces, New Mexico. Nuestra querida mamá y abuelita, as she was dearly called by her sons and daughters and by her grandchildren and great-grandchildren, or Doña Vicenta. She was respectfully known to friends, co-workers, neighbors, and daughters-in-law and sons-in-law, lived a very long and productive life. She was 90 years old. Younger to her only sibling, Vicenta was born on April 12, 1930 in the small town of Roncesvalles in southern Chihuahua, Mexico, to the late Rosalia Reyes and the late Miguel Paez, that was raised by her mom and her beloved stepfather, the late Sotero Chavira. While in her late teens, Vicenta moved along with her parents to Ciudad Juárez, where she met and fell in love with the late Federico Lugo Rivera, whom she happily married in 1950. Until the 1970s, Ciudad Juárez became the hometown of the Lugo Juárez family, as well as the birthplace of their children. They're all listed here, all of whom Vicenta raised with the help of her mom, while her husband, Federico, worked as a migrant farm worker across the border in the United States. After many years of bureaucratic immigration paperwork, on November 5, 1973, the Lugo Juárez family, with the exception of the two oldest children who were already married, Cruz and Mario, formally crossed the Paso del Norte Bridge into El Paso, Texas. And during the next few years, they traveled from Texas to Arizona following the crops, eventually settling in Las Cruces, New Mexico in 1977. She was a full-blooded fronteriza, or cross-border inhabitant of Juárez, El Paso, Las Cruces borderlands. During the last 40 years of her life, Vicenta crossed the border back and forth that she deeply felt throughout her life as she navigated both sides of the U.S. border. Yet in her later years, she greatly missed her house in Juárez. In addition to her passion for working and taming the agricultural fields, Vicenta had a special talent for arts and crafts, especially for building crafts, coloring, weaving, and knitting. And the love of her family always placed her at the family's core and center. Even in the prime of her life, as a mother and grandmother, she never stopped making her delicious and always popular flour tortillas de harina, sultry sopaipillas, and her perfectly sweetened arroz con leche, as well as her own special meat dishes, chile colorado, chile verde, and asado, for family birthday celebrations, and her perfectly planned Lent Friday meetings, such as tortas de camarón con nopalitos and chile colorado, which is a Mexican shrimp fritter with cacti and red chili, and her capirotada, a similar but much more elaborate dessert than bread pudding. So to her close ones, she was cariñosamente, or affectionately known as ama, mamá, abue, abuelita, bis, suegra, chents. Chents is nickname for Vicenta, Chenta, chents, jefita, güera, hermana, tía, and Doña Vicenta. Through her resilience and persistence in life, Vicenta outlived, in addition to her husband Federico, her mother, so on and so forth. Vicenta Juárez de Lugo left a tremendous and fabulous legacy of consejos, pieces of advice and tips for life, food and music traditions, work ethic, and self-worth, love to all of our family, including her blessings to her surviving sons and families, and they're all named, and her surviving daughters, and her 22 children and 26 great-grandchildren. Between Las Cruces, Juárez, and El Paso, once all her children married and became to Vicenta, moved back to Ciudad Juárez, lived in El Paso for a few years, and returned to Las Cruces in 2016. And the reason, and it goes on a little bit with more detail, and she loved the blue skies, the green agricultural fields, as well as the Oregon, Doñana, and Robero Mountains. But more than anything, she talked and constantly taught us about, this is written by her children, presumably, about the importance of the free spirit, la libertad, So all of this just really touched me because this was all very similar, I think, to our mothers, our grandmothers, and all those foods that are just so unique to our culture, to the Mexican American community, and how she lived so proudly, and the fact that she honored libertad, and she worked and struggled along with her husband, especially her husband working in the fields throughout the Southwest. So all of that just really touched me, my own personal experiences and stuff like that. So I just wanted to share that with you. So going back to the business of, our lives here at City Council. So I was wondering, Mr. Peely and Attorney Vega Brown and City Clerk Rivera, if we have any resolution proposed or in the past regarding trapping in wildlife in the city of Las Cruces. And trapping has been banned in California and companies statewide, and it's banned in public and private lands. Trapping has been banned in Arizona and Washington, Wisconsin. I've worked with W. I don't know what. I don't know if it was Washington, Wisconsin, but public land only. So I was wondering if we can look into that. We have the Animal Protection Voters of New Mexico, headed by Jessica Johnson, commenting on this. And Roxy, we have Roxy's Law, also known as Wildlife Protection and Public Safety Act, but it's only for public land and not private. And there was an email that I think a lot of us might have received from Kevin Bixby, who's the head of SWEC, Southwest Environmental Center. And he was out hiking or something in Doña Ana County, and he came upon carcasses of coyotes that had been skinned. And they were shot very strategically so that the pelts, they were his deduction, or at least my interpretation of his deduction, was that they were shot very strategically so that they could skin the animal to sell the fur, to sell the coats. I find that utterly inhumane, and I hope we have something like that. If we don't, I think we need a resolution to send up to the state legislature to get a law passed, and certainly, hopefully, our city will also pass an ordinance consistent with what I just said. And my board reports are the Animal Shelter of Center of Mesilla Valley. We renewed Director Clint Thacker's contract. He had a pretty high rating overall. The average was pretty good insofar as the board ratings. And I find Clint to be a very hard worker. He just underwent surgery, so he's out on sick leave, I believe. But it's really been joyful working on that committee along with fellow board members and councilors, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara and Councilor Abeyta-Stuve. On the South Central SCRTD, Regional Transit District, SCRTD, we also renewed David Armijo's contract. He's gone very far in meeting many of the goals that were set by the 5-year plan, and he continues to get grants and so that we can have more amenities. And then as far as the airport is concerned, CLC-LRU, that's our airport name, LRU. Andy, Mr. Hume, who's a manager for the airport, Las Cruces Airport, went over the action plan and did an excellent job of doing that. Our city art board, I'm sorry to report that Rebecca Courtney has resigned. I think that Rebecca, it just broke my heart to receive her email. I believe I forwarded those emails to Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, and City Manager. I hope I did. At any rate, she just, she wrote a beautiful, resignation letter, and hope that the work that was started when she, along with a few other people, board members, began the City Art Board plan, and hopes that it continues and becomes implemented. Her big concern of late, and that of the entire board, is to make sure that there's an ordinance or a resolution, and I'm not entirely sure about that, about the 1% that is set aside on city projects for public artwork. And public artwork, I think a lot of people think that public artwork is limited to murals, but it's actually that, but a lot more than that. And the board, in the few months that I've been a representative or a liaison, has shown that they put out a great big effort to get local artists involved and get commissions going there. So that's something that I would like to see followed up. I think I did speak with Mr. Peely about it. It's really a priority for the City Art Board, and it should be a priority for the city to assure that we do have funds for public art, and of course supporting all of our arts. Without art, we're basically dead. That's, I think, all I have for today. Councilor Sorg, would you please send us that information on the TID legislative changes that they're looking at? And just a note would suffice as to who is proposing this or who's behind it, and what they're looking at insofar as the changes are concerned. And so I think that's all I have to share with everybody. Today is December 7th, Pearl Harbor Day, and it was a very sad day in history. Gosh, a lot of people died on that USS Arizona in Pearl Harbor and Oahu near Waikiki. There were just a lot of people, thousands upon thousands, I think like 22,000, I don't know, it was a huge amount of people. So anyway, to families of survived, or of families who had our servicemen or personnel there, condolences and gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Sorg?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And yes, Councilor Flores, I will share that as soon as I get the information on the TID. I also wanted to point out, I do check the obituaries, in the Sun News. And if I don't see my name there, I go ahead and have breakfast then. An old joke. Also on the ATVs, UTVs, the problem with them is noise. They don't have the mufflers. They don't keep the noise down, and that's what bothers everybody. But it's not just UTVs and so forth. It's some cars too. Right behind my house, I don't know what these people are doing. It sounds just like the Indianapolis 500 behind my house, but just very briefly, not all the time. But it sounds like 2 or 3 cars are racing through the neighborhood, and other places too. I also wanted to ask staff, there was a list of new park rules, uses of our parks, that was put out a little while ago. I was wondering if those have gone into effect by now. I assume so, but I don't recall getting a thumbs up on that yet. Can somebody from staff enlighten us?
You mean as to when the parks are open, or which parks are open, what the times are and such? Is that what you're asking?
All the rules, yes.
Is Sonia on the call?
EFO can do it.
Sonia's not there.
Hi, Mayor, Council. Sorry, Councilor Sorg, are you asking specifically about rules pertaining to our COVID changes? Or
COVID-19 rules for our parks that went into, supposed to go into effect sometime, but I didn't get the exact date.
Yeah, so
Last couple of weeks.
Yeah, so with the restrictions lifted with the governor, we've gone back to opening our parks. Remember, we've shut it down before the 2 week, throughout the 2 weeks that the governor wanted to shut everything down. So we completely closed all our parks. And then I believe on the 2nd or 3rd, she lifted the restrictions. And so we went back to opening the parks with the 25%. There's 25% or 75. We're following that. Of course, social distancing and requiring. Yeah. But is that what you're referring to?
Apparently, yeah, I got a nice long list of different rules for different parks, different kinds of parks, and for uses of the park. Yeah, so that is in effect now then.
That is, they're all open right now.
Yeah, okay. If I can find that in my emails, I wanted to share that with the constituents. This is
okay, we'll send that over again if you have it, if you don't have it.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Then I've got a couple of things I want to go into a little more detail. Let me take this one first. Has to do with our COVID-19 pandemic. And some of you in the council have already expressed concerns about this, and I just want to emphasize that I share, and I'm going to just point out a couple of things. I'm not going to go into details on how the new red to green works, but if we're going to get anywhere close to opening up our businesses anymore, we have to get to that no greater than 8 cases per 100,000 inhabitants, and at a positive rate less than 5%, just to get to yellow. And but here's our situation. We're averaging over 100, between 100 and 200 cases per day for the last couple of weeks. And so that's about 50 to 100 cases per 100,000 people, since we've got a little over 215,000 people in the county here. So how we're going to get to that, what would end up being a 6 to 18, somewhere in that range, cases per day for the county, until the vaccine is distributed. I have my doubts whether we're ever going to get there, because if you look at our history here, the only time we ever got close to that kind of a number was back at the end of August, towards the middle of September. And that was just borderline. I'm not sure if they averaged out. I haven't averaged out the numbers, but they may not have been able to make that then too. So here we are. It's going to be extremely difficult for us to get down to that 8 per 100,000 in the county here. And then you throw in the fact that we're right next to El Paso and El Paso County, and people, are going over there, and their rates have been, for the most part, a lot higher than ours. I see where they're coming down now lately. But that's where we're going to get more infections. And then if they just go over there to shop, to do business over there, we're going to lose the money too. I saw a posting or a statement on Facebook just here recently, the last few days, where somebody said, we should go to I'm paraphrasing, we should go to El Paso and shop, because after that you can go to a restaurant and eat. So that's what we're up against here. That's why I don't see us getting down to the numbers that the governor wants us to be. I don't know what the answer is, though, but I just want us to know what the reality of the situation is. I don't see us doing any business opening. I don't see us giving up on other restrictions like distancing and face masks. We've got to keep pushing that all the time. And then this is what I'm seeing. Until we get a vaccine to use, we may have to deal with this kind of a situation where we have in the state 118,000 unemployed people. And I don't count everybody either. There's a lot of people that don't report to the Workforce Solutions. So it's a minimum of 118,000, as well as businesses going into trouble. I don't know if our business relief is good enough. What the state did, what we did as a city, I'd like to find out if what we're doing is good enough for our businesses to keep afloat until we can open up. So if we can get some help doing that, or something else we can do, that's what I think we need to look at here in the near future. I just hate to see ones like Abeyta Belgium go under. And will they be able to start up again? I mean, there's a lot of questions that we don't know answers of, I guess. So I'm just looking for some more answers. If there's something else we can do. I don't know, like I said, I don't know if the relief from the state and so forth is good enough. I mean, we can hope that the federal government will come through, but that's been, as Councilor Bencoma is pointing out very aptly, we can't trust that. So that's that thing. And then I sent you all an email just a little while ago with a proposed resolution. And in that, it describes how we, the council, have set aggressive climate protection goals, including decreasing carbon emissions for the entire community at 20% by 2030 and 75% to 2050. I'm thinking we're going to have to get going on this. We need to get started and get a beginning to make those kinds of goals. Our country and the world will be going through an enormous transition over the next 3 decades as we move from carbon-based fuels to non-carbon sources of energy. Electrical energy in New Mexico is already on the path to provide an abundance of clean, inexpensive, carbon-free energy. There are 2 main sectors where beneficial electrification will replace carbon-based fuels. One is the transportation sector, and the other is the heating of buildings and water, heating of water. As a city, we need to actively participate in this transition, meeting our own climate goals while benefiting from energy savings and avoid the stranded infrastructure and other unnecessary costs. Therefore, I am proposing a council resolution that calls on the city manager to bring together Las Cruces City Utilities, Community Development, Fleet, and the Sustainability Office and other related departments to develop robust plans and specific milestones for, number 1, transitioning our vehicle fleet as rapidly as possible to electric cars, trucks, and equipment. To include the development of EV charging infrastructure, the purchase of EV at the time of normal replacement of current vehicles, and taking into account emerging technologies and the long-term advantage of lower operations and maintenance costs for electric vehicles in comparison to carbon-intensive products. And secondly, accommodating a gradual phase out of natural gas service by Las Cruces Utilities over the next 3 decades. These plans should include scenarios for avoiding the construction of new gas infrastructure and a timeline for retirement of current gas-related debt. Secondly, evaluating and developing a framework of incentives and codes to facilitate the economically equitable adoption of electricity to heat space and water for buildings. So, therefore, I urge us to move with all due speed on this planning because the new federal administration intends to invest hundreds of billions of dollars on these and related projects nationwide over the next few years. Building back our economy and employment based through a just and equitable transition to a sustainable energy economy. Cities with plans already in place stand to benefit greatly from any federal investment. So I'd like to get a reaction from the rest of the council, if I could, whether we want to proceed with this kind of a resolution or not. Thank you, Mayor.
So Councilor Sorg, what you're asking is much like what we did in the a while back, a couple years ago, when we came up with some plans to reduce our carbon footprint. We kind of had some goals set out, and I think you said over 30 years. But basically, maybe convene council to either discuss the resolution. But I think what your resolution calls for is to see about having staff come up with some ideas, and they can present to the council in the future on ways that we can start looking at transitioning our fleet over to electrical fleet, and then also what plans, if any, can the city do for the next, like you said, 30 years as far as reducing natural gas. Natural gas, you don't think about it, it cleans pretty good in the home, but when they go to mine that natural gas is where there's a lot of methane that gets put into the air. And so what you're wanting is to have this resolution ask EFO and his team to start to come up with some ideas and then share that with council. Is that primarily what you're looking to do? And then maybe we can implement guidelines or step timeframes as to when this needs to be done from the city's standpoint.
Sure. I'm asking staff to take what I've proposed here and form it into a resolution that's workable.
Okay, well, you can, I think it pretty much correlates with what we're trying to do as a council, that what we've consistently supported in the past. This is just getting a little bit more into the weeds, so to speak. When you're talking about natural gas and electrification of our fleet. And so if you want to, I'll help draft a resolution, or no, I won't do that. I mean, I'll put it on the, reserve it for our agenda setting, and then we can move forward with that.
Okay, the staff is going to have to put the language into a resolution form, of course, like it always has. It's all about, someday we're going to have to try to get along without natural gas. And there's a lot of things can happen in the next 30 years. But I think these are small steps we can start with that will get us to that point, or a start on it and get us to that point sooner.
One thing I'm envisioning is, of course, the staff will come back and say, okay, well, usually the city would buy maybe a couple years worth of gas in advance, or we may have contracts for future acquisition of gas, but we need to start looking at, and then whatever infrastructure we have in there, maybe we just extend it to whatever that accounts for, and then future development. We may just provide the huge major lines, and then if individuals themselves want to hook up to gas, then they're going to have to do it. It's going to cost it a little bit more, and they may just say, you know what, we'll just do electric. So yeah, I see what you're saying. I think we can work something out on that.
Yeah, we're not going to get there very soon.
No.
Natural gas is going to stay pretty cheap for a while.
Okay. And you prevent some explosions, because all those houses that you see once, or you always hear about in back east, there's gas lines that blow up. So
it can happen, right?
Oh yeah. Just
FYI, I had a 100% electric house in Montana. I built it myself, and well, I had help too, but it was 100% electric. It's really sweet if you can do it. Of course, my other choice was no natural gas. It was propane, and propane is really expensive. It doesn't even come close to your electric costs.
Gotcha. One of these days, you need to send us pictures of Montana. It sounds like you were practically living out in the open range, and you had the candles for your light, and you lived off the land, and you hunted wild animals and ate them. Uh-huh.
I will. Yes. My son stopped off at the house there in Montana here last summer as he went from East Coast to Washington. And he took his new bride with him. She could not believe where he grew up. She was blown away. Okay.
Is this the one who ran for office?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Good, good. Okay, well, great. Thanks. Just maybe share that with me and I'll put a title on it or something. Okay, Councilor Vasquez. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Bencomo. I apologize.
Mayor, you are checked out today.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
Think about those holiday cookies, I think.
Yeah, that or the tamales with soy sauce.
Thanks to all my colleagues for all their comments. Councilor Sorg, I hear you. I think that's an important discussion we should have. I especially want to ensure we look at all of those issues through the lens of equity and how they impact low-income families and low-income households in particular. But yes, absolutely. Thank you for raising it. I feel like we haven't been together in a really long time, so I wanted to publicly acknowledge, well, one, Mr. Peely's birthday. Happy birthday. So happy that you're part of our Las Cruces family. But two, also, congratulating, it's going to be hard to stop calling Chief Enriquez, but congratulating him on his new appointment and congratulating Chief Dominguez on his appointment as well. And I think it's wonderful to see for really growing his team. And I'm looking forward to working with all of those folks. Honestly, I just have one sort of comment that I wanted to make, and I want to make sure that, yes, Councilor Sorg, I agree that this is not enough. I also think the state and the city are doing what we can with the resources that we have. I think it's really important that we continue. I think the New Mexico federal delegation is behind us, and I think that they're, as it stands currently, supportive of getting more resources to us through this pandemic. But I honestly think we're doing the best we can as a state and as a city, and can we be doing more? Absolutely. And so, but in that vein, I want to make sure that we don't go into the holiday season without checking with our CBOs, with our nonprofit organizations, and ensuring that they have the resources, the funding that they need to be able to, care for the most vulnerable Las Cruces residents, as this pandemic is not really getting any better for Doñana County. And so I just want to make sure that if, people are staying home, unfortunately, if we still have an unemployment rate, I would love to see from Dr. Payares what those numbers look like specifically for Las Cruces. But I just don't want us to go into the holiday season without perhaps another special session on some of these things. And definitely not without considering another economic relief package coming out of Las Cruces. So I just want to make sure that, we name that. I decided, that I will not be visiting my parents for Christmas this year. For the first time in my 32 years of life, I will not be spending Christmas with my family, and that is heartbreaking. And I also find it necessary. There will be more Christmases, especially if we all take care of each other. And I want to make sure that my aunt who has lupus and my grandparents, that they're safe. And I think that breaks my heart, absolutely. But I'm staying here, and I think it's the right decision. So I really want to encourage other Las Crucens and people in Doñana County to do the same, to really consider, canceling those big holiday plans and not traveling, especially out of state. Anyway, Mr. Mayor, I'll leave it at that. I really would like us to consider not ending the year without another special session regarding COVID-related issues, this red to green model, but like I said, especially ensuring that we touch base with our CBOs, that they continue to have resources to get them through the holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, happy birthday to Manager Peely. And yes, big congratulations to Assistant City Manager now, Eric Enriquez, and Chief Dominguez. it's been great. If you know a little bit about Chief Dominguez and Assistant Manager Enriquez, they in a lot of ways have grown up together in their professional career and as Las Cruces, and so it's great to see them also now have top administrative posts at the city. It just shows their dedication to public service, and I'm really happy to see them in these places. So thank you, Mr. Peely, also for giving them that opportunity. So I just have one thing today as well, something I've been chewing on a little bit since we did our exit audit interviews for the city's audit process and for South Central Solid Waste Authority. And I think we actually came out really good compared to last year as far as findings in our city audit is concerned. And I'm glad that some things were corrected. Most things were corrected, actually. So I'm really happy with that. But I also know that if we don't make some systemic changes to the reasons we got dinged on audits in the past, and for some of the issues we've had with financial issues in the city, that we're potentially going to have these issues in the future under a different council, under a different department of finance, a different city manager. And so I've been thinking about some policy changes that I'd like to suggest we strongly consider, and I think some of these will be administrative. So for Mr. Peely, these may come in your realm rather than city council. But one thing is just the nature of the selection advisory committees. Mr. Peely, do you know how many folks are on the selection advisory committee that the city currently has?
Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, I don't. I can find that out real quick, though, unless is there someone on staff that can answer.
Okay. I think Barbara is chiming in here.
Yes, thank you, Barbara DeLeon, for the record. Councilor Vasquez, so the selection advisories typically are comprised of 3 department directors and at least 5 subject matter experts. Subject matter experts can be internal or they can be external from the community, depending on the procurement. So we have had larger committees in that, but that is typically the minimum number of folks who participate on the committee. And then the committee is chaired by one of the assistant city managers.
Thank you, Barbara. And if I may follow up with that, of the 5 subject matter experts, how are they selected and how quickly are they convened to be part of this a particular committee?
So typically the subject matter experts may be recommended by the lead department for the procurement, depending on what the procurement is, if it's professional services, if it's construction. The lead department has a good understanding of where we need some additional knowledge in some cases or input. We have SAC meetings every other Thursday, but we convene special SAC meetings when we have high priority or very timely decisions that need to be made. For a time when we were working through the GEO bond procurements for construction, we were meeting every week and sometimes more than one time a week. So we typically allow about a week for the committee members to be able to review proposals so that they can do a thorough job. Sometimes we get quite a few responses to RFPs. Sometimes we only get a handful or less. But we typically want people to have enough time so that they can perform their due diligence on the review of the responses. So generally 1 week turnaround time between when we receive responses and can get them out until we can meet. But we'll meet as often as we need to make timely decisions.
Thank you, Barbara, and thank you, Mr. Peely. Sorry to put you on the spot there. I know this is all. I know you're still picking a whole bunch of this stuff up. I am too. I've been here for 3 years. Well, what I'd like to propose is that within city staff, I would like to have more than 3 people be the rotating department head, SAC leaders, as well as even the assistant city manager that heads each respective SAC committee. I don't know that it has to be an assistant city manager. I understand that maybe that was obviously to have administration present there, but I would like to have a lottery system in which random employees that meet the requirements are selected for different SACs, so that we avoid all conflicts. We avoid all possibility of any type of pre-communication or influence or bias with potential local contractors. I would not like local companies to know which 3 department heads are going to be part of a SAC committee anytime they're up for a contract. I would like it to be a completely random process so that there is no potential or, for any any conversation that should be happening outside of that SAC or any conflict of interest. Is that something that we could do, Mr. Peely and Barbara?
Yes, if I could answer. Sorry, Ifo, did you want to go ahead? Okay, Barbara DeLeon for the record. Councilor Vasquez, so currently the structure of the SAC is enshrined, if you will, in our procurement code, which council adopts. We're actually going through a process right now to update the procurement code, and we have scheduled it for the agenda for the next Finance Select Committee meeting in January. So you asked about who needs to be there, why the assistant city manager is there, and that's all laid out as part of the procurement code currently. So since that's something that you adopt, that's absolutely something that we could consider. I will just emphasize that the procurement processes are very strictly governed by confidentiality. We have our SAC members signed confidentiality and conflict of interest statements prior to serving on the committee and prior to receiving any proposals. We have them sign conflict of interest after they receive proposals, because prior they don't know who might respond to a procurement, but afterwards when we know who's responding, we want them to be able to look at that and say whether there is a conflict. So those things are all governed by the procurement code.
Ifo, I think you have something.
Yeah, if I can add, thank you, Barbara, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vasquez. Yeah, and I'm totally open to taking a look at, especially if we're trying to accomplish, a specific objective. I guess I've just been told that, depending on the RFP, we rotate that anyway through each department that's relative to. But if we're trying to accomplish specific objectives, I'm all ears at how we go about doing that. It looks like the process is just amending that code to be able to allow us to do that. But just maybe a question: are we thinking maybe allowing that with that lottery system would help us?
Sifo, I think the lottery system is right. Any way that we can randomize who, even if it's if you're a street vendor, you're a contractor that works on streets or sidewalks or barricades, whatever it might be, you know that the public works department head is going to be overseeing your, or one of the members. I would like that not to be the case. I would like it to be selected, maybe somebody within public works, but perhaps not all, someone with an area of expertise, but not necessarily the same person in each department that is tasked with that. So a lottery system that randomizes who's in charge of that SAC for any given contract, to me, just adds another layer in addition to what Barbara said about conflict of interest forms and confidentiality agreements. That'll help us just bulletproof this process in a way that gives me confidence, hopefully gives taxpayers confidence that, that there's no inside ball being played on any of this stuff. And so that's something that maybe the finance committee, I know can discuss further, but I would like for staff, if that council agrees to pursue some type of lottery system for SACs. Okay, well, thank you. The other thing is, so we had some questions also during that exit conference around conflict of interest forms and around what employees, what staff members were, really what the requirements were for filling out conflict of interest form. And I believe, at the beginning of every year, they renew their conflict of interest form. And think we had some discussion about that being more frequent, because folks come into business holdings, business partnerships, you get married to somebody that has a business, all kinds of different things could happen in a year that potentially won't be recorded within that span. And so, you know, I love for conflict of interest forms to be filled out by staff every 6 months, perhaps, instead of once every year, just to get more of a updated look at any potential conflicts. And then this is a big one, I think, but you know, the assets that spouses invest in, or that they have, businesses that they may have, you know, we may get a proposal from the spouse of a city employee who doesn't share the last name of that city employee, and we would never know that there's a family tie there unless they submit a conflict of interest form that says that their spouse owns a business in Las Cruces. And so I think I would like to include that, any conflicts of interest related to their spouse, if that's not already included. And then I think we talked about maybe looking at expanding what a conflict might entail, right? Other than just sitting on boards. Have you volunteered for this organization? Have you, you know, do you, you know, obviously own any stock or any of that kind of thing, but just a more expanded list. I think some of the issues we've run into in the past is because there are some very close relationships that wouldn't meet the threshold of being on our current conflict of interest form. But obviously we want to make sure that we don't have like best friends deciding each other's contracts on any one particular committee. And so however we can get to that level of information, I think we need to have it, because it's a small city. So more frequent conflicts of interest forms, certainly, because I think that I talked with the mayor about this. New Mexico is a community property state. And so I think that's part of the reason about the conversation about the spouse, is that even if a spouse has separate business holdings, they're technically, because of the community property law, are also your holdings by default. And so that, to me, that is financial, monetary potential conflict of interest. So that's something I think would just continue to strengthen the transparency and the accountability internally. And then the last thing, and I talked with, I remember acting city manager Bill Studer about this, and we won't do it next year, but yeah, you know, traditionally, since I've been here, at least, the city of Las Cruces pays the Las Cruces Chamber of Commerce a certain amount of money, both as a sponsor and also I think to support city staff going to Las Cruces to participate in this variety of different events, to lobby the legislature. But, you know, from my personal experience and observation, you know, we also have, you know, folks from various different departments in pretty close relationships, and with local folks who bid on our contracts, local folks who are, you know, contracting with the city continuously. And so to me, that just seems like a conflict. I think if we're going to go to Santa Fe, we should pay for our own, you know, our own hotel rooms. We should have our own agenda as a city. We should have, not that we can't do something jointly with the chamber and show up to a joint events and that kind of thing. But it just seems like if we're attending something organized by the business community, that should be a little bit separated, and we can attend jointly, but not, you know, that we're on the hook to be there on their schedule and on their particular, with their particular agenda. Maybe if all three chambers were involved, I think that would make me feel maybe a little bit more comfortable if it was you know, the Green Chamber of Commerce, the Hispanic, and the Las Cruces. But that's something that I would like to also discontinue as a staff practice, as a city practice, if possible. And so those are three things I just think that really could help make sure that we're just a little bit more bulletproof internally in some of our you know, dealings moving forward with procurement. I already think that we have a great procurement system, don't get me wrong. This is just like putting I think a little bit more layers of accountability on what's a really important thing for taxpayers and for us as a city, to make sure that we're all doing our best job possible. So so with that, I don't know if any council members have questions or if you guys are in support, but those are just three things I think could help move us forward in this direction.
Is
Thank
that-
you, Council. Oh, go ahead, Councilor Fotis.
No,
And then-
I think did you want to hear from I just want to support everything you've said.
Okay.
Mr. Vasquez, thank you.
Gotcha. Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Councilor Vasquez, for the thoughtfulness, the reflection. I think it's important. And I'm not opposed to re-examining our procurement and looking at it. I will say that a couple of months ago, someone asked about an RFP that had been put out. I directed them to, because I had brought it up here on council, directed them to the website. I too went through trying to look for it, and you have to register. It assumes that you're going to be going for the RFP, and nowhere there is that ability just to look at it, to see what it entails. And so as you're talking about transparency, I think that's also an opportunity. And I had to go looking for it. It's not easily, found. And you have to go to a couple places. So I actually called Mr. Dollahan and he kind of gave me the step by step. And then when you go in and you look, I sent the link over, but the gentleman who was looking for it said you have to register. And so I think there's some things that we can do to improve the system. I understand what you're saying about the randomness, like maybe a lottery system would be helpful. I just don't want to take away from the fact that we have experts in the particular fields, right? Not only internally, but externally, that I think could be helpful. And I certainly like the idea of the conflict of interest statements being signed more regularly. Honestly, I can appreciate the training as it relates to the Open Meetings Act and sort of the things that we've changed even around council. But not everybody is open to when you say, do you have a conflict, right? It's sort of like, I don't know that staff knows what that means, what council really knows what that means. And so I think it's important. And you don't even get when mayor says, does anybody on staff or on council have a conflict? That means staff too, and you don't get a yay or nay, and you just sort of let it hang. And so I just hope, we say no as council, but I was also, Councilor Abeyta-Stuve we all do it as we're facilitating committees and boards and that kind of thing. And so she's been really good at ensuring that people state, no, there isn't conflict. And so I like where you're going with this. I think it's important to re-examine that moving forward. I appreciate that, Councilor Vasquez. I really do. So those are all my comments at this.
Thank you. Councilor Bencomo.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Councilor Vasquez, for that very thoughtful set of things. I completely agree with you on all of them. I think I would add perhaps to the conflict of interest, if you'd given thought to not just council and staff, but also board members that residents are part of, to also have ensure that those are thought through, that those are updated, that there are steps taken when there are conflicts of interest, when they are and they haven't been disclosed. I think those things are also important to get really clear on.
I agree. Thank you for bringing that up. Absolutely. I know we've been talking about that recently, so I think that's very timely.
Okay, so let me go with I think the easy one real fast on Councilor Bencomo on the members of the public. I don't know, Christine, do you send copies of the applications to all council members or just to me when you're asking me to appoint? Because Councilor Bencomo brings up a good point. I actually did catch a conflict once on a particular board. This gentleman was a banker, and the board he wanted to go on, I think could have actually, if this particular board built a particular project, that bank could have been, and so for that reason, I couldn't appoint them. So I don't know if you all get it. So on the boards that the public serves on, there'll be something where I'll look through it. I actually do read every single one and determine if there is a conflict there. But I'm not sure if council sees those as well. But I don't have no problem if you guys want to see all the applications that get sent in on boards that I appoint on. So maybe we could just send those to council on that. I've got a couple questions for Joe. So in light of what Councilor Vasquez is bringing up, let's just take an employee, when they fill out an application to work for the city, I'm sure there's something in there, whether or not they own a business or not, or something. I don't know. Is there a question? One, if they own a business, and then two, the second part of that would be, what if 6 months down the road, that employee opens, could be a business at home of some sort. Is there something that's in our employee code that tells them, hey, anytime you do this, you have to disclose it to the city?
Mr. Mayor, Councilors, Joe Richards, Human Resources. We don't have anything on the application for employment regarding business ownership. Now, they should typically list it as their employment. So it would be included as long as they disclose that. As far as, if an existing employee opens a business, again, with the disclosure of outside employment, they should be submitting that as well for their personnel records to be reviewed and either approved or not approved.
Okay. And then also, is there any type of, and I don't know if this would come through HR, but I would think that it might most likely would, a definition of a conflict, like what constitutes a conflict of interest? And then we have certain examples, like they could have a relative, a niece, a nephew. I still remember a former city manager who, his nephew actually came before council. His nephew owned a restaurant, was asking for a liquor license, and he says, hey, yeah, I just want to let you know that that's my nephew, and then he discloses it. Of course, he knew what a conflict was. But is there some type of a definition of a conflict of interest on the anywhere, whether it's on, it must not be on the application, but is there something that discloses that and that they sign off saying, yes, I understand what that is, and I know when to report a conflict of interest?
Mr. Mayor and Council, Joe Richards, Human Resources. The existing form that we use does provide some examples as far as, if there's any conflict related to business ownership or if other employees are involved in those types of questions. I believe there may be some additional information in the ethics policy. I'd have to review that to ensure that there is additional information there, but I believe there is.
Okay, and I'll come back to that in just a second. But so on the, well, I'll just stay with this. So, Councilor Vasquez, if I wonder if we were to, I've never seen an application for the city, and I wonder if we could make that a subject of a work session to see where, if this is what I'm thinking that you're probably thinking, is that you put it in there, employee has to disclose whether they have a business or their immediate family member, and then maybe every 6 months or whatever, a year, an email sent out to all city staff saying, hey, you need to update your disclosure if something has changed. Has a spouse bought a business, and if so, is it listed in here? Is that what you were trying to get at?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's right, Mayor. I think that helps bulletproof a little bit more our potential for conflicts of interest. Like you said, it's a small city, and I get, we all know each other to some degree and certain degrees of separation, but avoiding those opportunities for decision makers to give taxpayer resources to companies in a way that we don't feel is ethical is just bottom line one of the most important things we can do. So yeah, I think that's good. Every month, 6 months, if you can refill out your conflict of interest form online or something like that, and update whether you bought a car washing business or something, that just put a contract in to wash the city fleet, something like that. It happens, and sometimes not intentionally, but we should know. So yes.
Okay, well, it looks like Jennifer wants to yell at me, so it looks like she has something she'd like to say.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. This is Jennifer Vega-Brown, your city attorney. There are a couple of things. Anything that we do prior to hiring, we have to be very careful because, of course, we have to abide by Title VII, and there are just so many rules in hiring. But one of the things that we do have in place, we do have personnel rules that define the conflict of interest. That is primarily defined as a financial interest, and it's very specific. So every employee who is hired is immediately bound to the personnel rules. It is required that they disclose conflict of interest at least once a year. However, the personnel rules require that when that changes, that has to be disclosed. So whether we have them sign a form once a year, twice a year, 4 times a year, it doesn't matter. The personnel rules still apply all the time. And if there is a conflict, it must be disclosed, and they have to remove themselves from that conflict. So you can change the requirement. Right now, it's a personnel rule. It's contained in the city manager policies. I had discussion with moving those city manager policies, some of them to come back under ordinance, not all of them, but some of them. And so hopefully I'm working with Joe Richards so that we can do that. I think that needs to occur. But it is a rule. It's defined very clearly in the ethics ordinance that applies to city employees. And it's also defined in the code of conduct of our personnel rules. So we can always revise those rules. Right now, it's very clear and very specific. It's a matter of employees disclosing that. Once a conflict is learned and that person, the employee, has not disclosed it, they are subject to the personnel rules. So they could be subject to discipline at any level of discipline, depending on the infraction. So we do have that. We can change it. Sometime right now, a conflict of interest is a financial conflict. That's how it's defined under state law. It's certainly a little more narrow under our city ordinance. But there's also a perceived conflict that has to do with ownership interest in something. So it does exist. It is enforced once we know about it. It's a matter of us learning about it. So we have those disclosures at many levels. The disclosure when somebody is first hired, and then once a year. I know that, we were all, I was requested to sign another one. We're requested every year. So there are many levels, but we can certainly, it never hurts to increase the level of required disclosure.
So, Councilor Vasquez, it just dawned on me like just a few minutes ago. I don't know if you received this on the various boards that you serve on, but I serve on the Rio Grande Council of Governments, and once a year I get sent, not by them, but by actually their outside auditor, ask me 3 questions. Do I own a business? Have I ever submitted for a bid with the Council of Governments? And, they're all yes and no. And the third one was like, do I know of a board member who has submitted a bid for a business? So I just check no, and then I just send it back in. I wonder if we could do something similar. Would that be sufficient? Something that gets emailed to all the city employees, just, real simple. You own a business. Have you ever or a family member, immediate family member, do you know if they submit any bids to the city? And, anyone that's related, that works for the city that submits bids to the city. Something like that. Is that something that might work?
I think that's fine. I think that's great. And I don't think it's that bad to give folks a reminder twice a year to update their conflict of interest form a little social engineering can go a long way to get compliance. And so maybe it's not a mandatory refill it out every 6 months, but hey, reminder, has anything changed in your conflict of interest? If so, you're bound by personnel rules to update it. So maybe we handle it that way, but yes, and then yes to your question around the business piece there.
So, so I'm getting yelled again, but let me see. So this was done by an outside auditor. Do you think it has to be done by an outside auditor, or can HR do it, or somebody? But, well, let me ask, I guess that's Jennifer popped on. Yes, Jennifer.
Mayor and council, thank you. This is Jennifer Vega-Brown. That can be done by outside auditor. It can be done internally in internal audit as well. We can do something like that through internal audit. We can do that. Also, one thing that we can do as part of internal audit, right now we have our hotline number on our public website, and it doesn't have a definition for conflict of interest right there on the website, but we can put it there so that people know what that means. So when they're going to make a complaint, or if they're contemplating a complaint, they can have that information just immediately. We can adapt that to make it more public, what the definition is and what that means and how to report it.
Okay, so what Councilor Vasquez is discussing, and if we possibly, I'll reach out to the director and get a copy of what that letter looks like. I mean, I just signed one not but a month ago, now that I think about it, and it asks almost, well, what I think what Councilor Vasquez is looking for, and it's real simple. It's just every year get it, and they just want to know, are you doing business with the board that you sit on? And I think if you tweak it so that, of course, it runs through your office, and just, maybe email it out, and maybe have that new inspector general. Have we hired that person yet? Not yet.
Mayor and council, this is Jennifer Vega-Brown. At the last oversight committee, we did talk about that. We agreed that we were going to contract out some of those projects for a while until we determined what that looked like on a broader picture. But we are going to begin contracting those projects out.
Okay. What do you think, Councilor Vasquez? Sound okay? Moving
that sounds okay to me. Before we move on, I know we're probably running long here. I just want to share, I heard from a former government employee recently in a local government. I won't mention which one, wasn't ours, but somewhere in the region, that they were convinced that it was all a rigged inside game, and that all these local companies were getting contracts to do all this work, and they knew it because they've seen things, and when they reported it, that they got retaliated against. And I hate hearing stuff like that. And so I wanted to make sure that we have as closed loop of a system as we can, just because stuff like that really, I hate to hear it. So anyways, I just wanted to share that, in addition to just having a much better, I think, exit audit this time around, and wanting to keep them as clean as we can when it comes to procurement. Thank you, Mayor.
Jennifer, yes?
Okay, one more time. Mayor and council, this is Jennifer Vega-Brown. One of the biggest and one of the most important things, I think, for the public is that we have our active contracts available to the public for their view. Right now, the city of Las Cruces has never had that ability. For the past year, we've been looking for some software and a mechanism that will allow us, the places where I've been before, up north in Albuquerque and Bernalillo County, any citizen can go online to the city website and Google a contractor, and that current contract is available to view. And I think that's extremely important, because once you make that available to the public, then you can identify where conflicts could exist or where problems exist, because right now people don't know. They can ask through an IPRA request where our contracts are, and we have to search for our contracts, but there's no way for them to just view them. So our records manager and Christine Rivera they're all looking. We're looking at some software. In fact, I think we've narrowed it down to 2 companies. So hopefully that'll, within the next, knock on wood, within the next 6 months to 9 months, we will have something selected, and we'll have the ability to look at that online. So anybody can look up any active contract in the city.
Okay, thanks. I've got one more question for Joe. So Joe, getting back to, go ahead, Councilor Flores. You have a question of Jennifer or whoever?
Yes, I have a question of Jennifer. So Councilor Vasquez brought up community property, that New Mexico is a community property state. And there's a few, I think, Texas and maybe Arizona and definitely California. But the way, and it may be different here in New Mexico. But in California, a community property, even though you're married, so say, for example, being married doesn't automatically make everything community property in California. So say, for example, I had a business, or I have an inheritance. I received a huge inheritance and I decide to put up a business. And I'm married, so I'm a married person, but I received an inheritance. Or a big gift, take either one. But that gift and that inheritance is exclusively mine, not it doesn't go to the spouse. So if I were to put a business up, my spouse wouldn't have an interest. So we can have the same surname, we could be living in the same place, but it's not a financial interest. And I think that's the final determinant. So and part of it, and I totally agree with everything you said, Councilor Vasquez. We need transparency, and there's different ways we can do that. But sometimes it seems to be a certain thing, or so, and it could be a husband, it could be the man, it could be either of the two spouses. So I have a question for given that scenario. Are the community property laws here in New Mexico the same as in California? And would a spouse automatically be deemed to have a conflict of interest if his or her spouse had a business, but that business was in fact based on separate property?
Mayor and City Council, this is Jennifer Vega Brown, and I'm going to give you a very attorney answer. It depends. And so generally, yes, in New Mexico, we are a community property state. And so it depends on how that business was set up. Is it an LLC? Is it incorporated in some way? So that would completely change the rules for that. So it does depend on how a business is set up, on whether or not there's some community property involved. But generally speaking, in New Mexico, yes, everything acquired during a marriage is community property. There are some exceptions, as you mentioned, inheritance and other things, but yes, generally speaking, there would be. And also in the city's internal policy, in the personnel rules and in the ethics rules, a spouse is defined. So that would have to be disclosed. I believe that the disclosure, we have a degree of relation to the third degree, I believe. So it would be a spouse, parent, grandparent, or child, I believe. I could be wrong about that, but it definitely says spouse.
So if a person believes someone who's married to someone who has a business, but that the person owned the business prior to the marriage, would the person then disclose that there is a conflict or a potential conflict, or how far is it looked into? And is it,
Councilor, I don't know if Councilor Vasquez is going after from that. I think he just wants to have it disclosed that you own a business and that basically that business shouldn't be bidding for city jobs.
No, so, I don't. It's more conflict of interest is more complex than that. You can have a conflict of interest if you have a financial interest in your spouse's or family member's business.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's, anyway, it's just,
let me ask you this question, and maybe Jennifer can chime in. What if, I've seen some companies say, okay, if they are married, but they file separate tax returns, the IRS really sucks it to you if you're married and file separately. It's more expensive than if you were just a single person. I've never seen a tax return married filed separately, but I know they exist because it says it on the little form. But the tax rate on those are huge. I don't know. Maybe we could put that as an exemption.
Mayor and Council, this is Jennifer Vega Brown, and I hope I have all my friends who are family law attorneys that can complain and send me emails. But I believe that that exemption or that filing separate, married but separate, doesn't affect our state law. We are governed by our state law when it comes to community property. And so it wouldn't affect the community property of it. It just affects your federal income tax.
Oh, yeah. No, if I may, no, I wasn't thinking it would affect it, but I was wondering if that might be something sufficient for Councilor Vasquez or Councilor Flores. That would be enough of an exemption if they say, hey, well, that's my wife's business, but that's not mine. Okay, well, if you file separately, then okay. I mean, maybe that's good. I don't know. So that's what I'm trying to get at.
And Mayor and Council, under state law, you have to have a sole and separate agreement. It has to be sole and separate.
Oh, to do that? Okay, well, there you go.
For ownership interest, there has to be a sole and separate. And there are statutes that govern that.
All right.
Well,
Okay.
thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the due diligence on this, and I think it'll just serve us right in future administrations and future councils and department chairs and everybody, I think, right to just bulletproof this as much as we can. Thank you.
Councilor Flores, are you okay? You still have a little frown on your face.
No, I'm fine. I was just, I think it's excellent with I think we've had a robust conversation. Thank you. Thank you.
So let me ask Joe a couple of questions real quick. So getting back, Joe, earlier in the beginning of this conversation is you talked about how, and I found this really interesting, that some of our employees are experts in the subject matter. Or did you say you had to go outside to get that expertise? And if so, how many times do we do that? Do we go outside to get that subject matter expertise?
Mr. Mayor, Council, Joe Richards, Human Resources. I'm sorry, sir, I don't recall the reference to subject matter.
I think Councilor Vasquez was talking about the SAC, the Selection Advisory Committee. And I think Barbara said it was about 8 people. Oh, okay, maybe it was Barbara who said it was I'm sorry, I think I got it wrong. It was Barbara who said that they go out to subject matter. I apologize, Joe.
That's okay, thank you.
So Barbara, so this is directed at you. So I guess you were the one who said that sometimes it's 3 employees and then 5 members that are experts on subject matter, but that could also be employees. But I got the impression that sometimes you hire people that are experts in the subject. Or can you restate that, please?
Mayor, this is Barbara DeLeon for the record. So just to clarify, the SAC is comprised of 3 SAC members who are directors, and those rotate depending on the context of the procurement, and then 5 subject matter experts who might be employees at various levels in the organization who have expertise in the area, or they may be external folks who also have expertise, maybe from other organizations. For example, when we were doing the procurement for the Animal Service Center construction, I believe we had the new GeoBond construction. I believe we had someone who was very familiar with the specialized needs for those types of facilities, for example, serving as a reviewer. So does that answer your question?
I guess. So would you say that the majority of the 8, are they city employees?
I would say that typically the majority is city employees.
Okay. And kind of along the lines of what Councilor Vasquez is getting at is the same group, let's say there's 8, is it fair to say that is it more or less the same group that evaluates other items that may be somewhat germane, nothing really high tech, but just something that whether it's services or is how do you pull from those various employees?
So this is Barbara DeLeon for the record. So I would say that the committee really varies depending on what we are procuring. So even when you say professional services, it could be auditing services, financial matters. It could be architectural services. It could be people who are providing services in the community for various needs. So even that can draw on people from either community development or economic development or finance, budget, et cetera, depending on what the specific professional service is.
And who picks those experts? I mean, is that where the ACM comes in?
So typically what will happen is the lead department for the procurement will make a recommendation to the SAC chair, who is one of the assistant city managers, as to who would be the SAC committee members, those are the department level participants, and who would be the SAC reviewers. Those would be the employees and or external subject matter experts. So then the assistant city manager either approves or makes some other suggestions as to the composition of the committee.
So Councilor Vasquez, what if, is what you're asking, is it, so using that as a baseline, is what you're asking is, let's say there's one expert in construction that maybe that one expert is expanded to 3 or 4 and then it's just randomly chosen? Is that what you're?
Yeah. Yes, I think within the constraints of the current system we have, as much as we can randomize that process of who influences the decision on the contract, then yes. So if we have a select limited of experts we rely on for the SAC, let's expand that and then let's choose them randomly when that contract comes up.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to clarify that a little bit. So does
Yeah,
that?
I think that way the department chair is not always choosing the same person for the same subject matter. You know, that subject matter expert is chosen at random, perhaps, if that makes sense.
Okay. Kind of like why we have to change audits every auditors every so many years. We can only use so many, and then we have to change. So I guess if we have a selection, I guess I presume. Well, that sounds good. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. So thank you, Councilor Vasquez. And so where are we from here? Did you want to put a resolution together, or it looks like the majority of the council here is supportive of you doing that? So Ifo, you guys you and your team want to come back with some options as to how the SAC is going to look, a little bit different mechanism, how it currently is versus what you've heard, some of the discussion here today, and how it can be changed a little bit that is sufficient to what the council wants to see or what Councilor Vasquez wants to see. I mean, I'm supportive of it. Don't get me wrong. I'm trying to put it in my head, but I think the theory sounds really good. I just don't want to hurt, still be able to provide those subject matter experts, but yet there's got to be a way. I'm sure there's more than 3 or 4 people that are experts in construction and 3 or 4 people that are experts in electrical. You know what I mean? I think that's what Councilor Vasquez is wanting to expand the list, so to speak, and be able to draw on them a little bit more. And it shows transparency to the public that we don't have like one set group all the time.
Mayor and Council, this is Ifo. Yeah, we'll take a look at that. Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, we'll look at how we can do that and accomplish that. I mean, maybe it's a mix. Maybe it's we ensure that we have the expertise and then we lottery, a certain amount. But we'll come up with a proposal.
Great. Sound good, Councilor Vasquez?
That sounds good to me. Yep. Thank you.
All right. Thanks. Okay, Councilor Abeyta-Stuve.
Thank you, Mayor. I should talk really slow right now. No, just kidding.
What's that?
And I should talk really slow and deliberate right now.
Oh.
We're at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, I know. It's okay.
No, I really appreciate the comments from my fellow councilors. I'm very much in favor of making sure we're as transparent and equitable as possible. As Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, I'm very mindful during committees to ask for those disclosures. I myself I feel like I'm an over reporter, but I like to err on the side of caution just to make sure that when I take votes and when I'm looking at different policies, that I'm doing it in a very thoughtful, mindful process that's for the benefit of the community and not something that is just done for my own personal benefit. And so I really appreciate it. The other item that Councilor Vasquez talked about that I do want to touch briefly on was that of his recommendations about moving in a very deliberate way when we go up to Santa Fe for the legislature. It's actually something that I've talked to Mr. Peely a lot about on how we can really maximize our potential and our power as a city when we go up there. And I do feel there are certain timing issues with the one event that happens with the chamber. It is on a weekend that most of the reps and senators are allowed to go home. Obviously, when it comes to our people in Las Cruces, that is a bit of a travel. So they are giving up perhaps one of their run-free weekends to stay up and be with us, which is wonderful. But when you have events like that, they can be very useful. But if you do them in certain ways, and for us as counselors or staff, really making sure that we have specific meetings already sort of in the works, that we're partnering with Mr. Haran to already have some of those things scheduled out so that when we get there, we're expected and people are there to meet with us, and we're not trying to piecemeal things together, that we're working to see what type of staff from the governor's office that we can meet with, and that we're also being more deliberate during our interim committees to make sure that we have clear communication across the board on items and things that we want to see. And so I think there is a lot of good that we can do, and also success. There is something wonderful about being able to participate in Las Cruces Days and getting to show off our city and our community. And I think when that's done in very intentional ways, it can be very beneficial, but we need to maximize when we do that. And the timing that event happens is not really conducive on being able to make those types of connections that I think our responsibility as a council and staff is to do so for the benefit of the whole community as a whole. And so those are the types of discussions that I'd love for us to be able to have on how we can work and maximize our influence and our voice up in Santa Fe. So I appreciate his Councilor Vasquez's comments on that. We had our health policy review committee last Wednesday, and during this time, we passed the AARP Livable Communities Resolution that will now be seen before council. And we began a conversation on the inclusion of perhaps a extra day for staff. It was called a mental health day, but beginning that conversation, I do want to thank staff for this new ability to have these facilitation tools, which is basically a way for us to map out these types of conversations. And when we have ideas or potential policies coming before us, to be able to have really great conversations, look at unintended consequences, and make sure that we're being as inclusive as possible with any staff, community partners, whenever we see those items. So I really appreciate being able to have this new tool. And I think it started off a really great conversation, and we were able to really look in depthly at items, even more so with, for example, our ARP item. We were able to see it in a whole new light, I believe, by using the facilitation tools, and it brought out a lot more of a robust conversation. So I'm pleased to be able to start using this on more policy items. We also have a quality of life PRC at this Wednesday at 3 p.m. It won't be very long, but we do have some important updates to be able to share with the group. And I also wanted to take a moment to congratulate, I want to say Chief Enriquez, but Mr. Enriquez, and also for Chief Dominguez for their new positions, and also to include Interim Chief Jason Smith with Fire as well. And Chief Dominguez and I were able to have a really great conversation the other day. I really appreciated it. And we were able just to talk about the experiences I saw when I did my ride-alongs and throughout this first year, and get a lot of his perspective. I really appreciated that. And we had a bit of a conversation on what it looked like for mental health for our officers. And one of the items that I have been kind of mulling around and thinking about was that of it's very hard for, I believe, a lot of our service responders, first responders, to transition from that of their job and their profession to going home and being a family member, a caregiver in different types of ways. They see things that we don't ask and have to deal with things that we don't ask the regular public to deal with. And especially when you get people that are on swing shifts or night shifts, there's really no place for them to take a moment to pause, to gather themselves before they head home or head to their next destination. And I have an idea of just being able to have inclusive spaces. And we talked a little bit what that would look like, but an area where an officer could go after their shift just to be able to have that moment to relax, to set their thoughts together, and to have that moment before they have to head home. For those shifts that are at night or swing, it's not like they can go to a restaurant and have a bite to eat before they go home. It's not like there's any place open for them to do that. We see in the fire stations that they do have kind of a home environment where they can, after they see an event, they can go to those spaces and have just that moment as well. And so it's just an idea of to see what we can do to perhaps give our officers a space where they can take that moment before they have to go to their home or wherever else that they need to be. And then I also would like to thank Mandy Gus, Dominique Aragon, and Jamie Rickman for working on a project that I debuted during my community meetings, but that is of a district-specific website. And it's an extra thing, tab with our council websites, but for me, it's an extra tab. And what it is, it's going to be pulling all District 2 information and PIOs together. It has like a calendar of events that we'll have. There is the availability for me to have a blog so I can give out notices or talk a little about items. And then if we have any community issues, like of course I had a Conway tree meeting, and so we can paste any of those relevant informations on this page. And so one of the great things, and that I'm hoping it also trains communication for any residents, they can look at this public website, get all their information there, and then it does not matter who your counselor is, you can get your information very fluidly from this site, and so you don't have to have be signed up to like an email specific link for a candidate or something like that, that you can have that streamlined communication, and that it's all related to the district. So I really appreciate their work on this project, and I'm excited to really start using it. So, and I think that's all for today. So thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Councilor. Before I get to City Manager's report, I wanted to ask Jennifer something here. Well, let me ask the council here first. Today's newspaper, there was a really good article on our second round of monies that we did to help restaurants. Were you all overall pleased with how that went? If so, okay, then I'm probably going to do a third round on Friday. So we need to get that thing going. But what I wanted to ask Jennifer was this. Jennifer, if I wanted, in addition to a third round, do you think it's legal if I was to do a separate round? So this is an additional round, but focus only on restaurants without a drive-through. Because I think the ones with drive-throughs, I mean, I think about Domino's Pizza versus Pizza Hut. Now I know a lot of Pizza Huts, well, I know it's a lot challenging because Pizza Hut's really meant for a lot of times just to eat inside. And sure, they'll do delivery, but look at Domino's. There's no place to ever eat inside. It was meant for delivery only. And I think that those restaurants that have really no drive-through facilities struggle a lot more than those that have a drive-through. I mean, there's times where I drive up, I'm heading home, and I'm going up Lowman, and I see Chick-fil-A, and my goodness, there's got to be 50. I'm not kidding, 50 cars. They have 2 rows, 25. At least 40 cars, 20 apiece. But can we? Is that something doable that we could focus? Is that you think legal that I could do a separate round for restaurants without a drive-through?
Mayor and City Council, this is Jennifer Vega Brown, your City Attorney. A few ideas popped in my head, but I need to research that and just to make very sure, and then I can send something to the City Manager tomorrow or the next day, we can discuss it.
Okay. Would you please?
Be a possibility.
Dr. Martinez has her hand up. Dr. Martinez? Oh, you're muted. We can't hear you. But it doesn't show you're muted. That's interesting. Oh.
She can use sign language.
No, I still can't hear you. You want to call in? Okay. So while she calls in, if we can get that ready, because if not, it would take 2 weeks before we do another, get that on the agenda. Then we got to advertise it. So I'll probably go ahead and do a third round this Friday, because I think that this coming holiday season is going to be really challenging for our local businesses and restaurants. And so if we can go ahead and figure out what a third round would be. Dr. Martinez, did I hear you? Are you on the line? No, not yet. Okay, so I think I'm going to like to do that. And then if it's possible to do that, a separate round for restaurants without drive-through. Ifo, did you have something you wanted to look like you jumped on for? It did. Well, gotta ask you a real important question. Did they get you a cake?
I got some cupcakes.
Oh, okay, good. And any gifts? No gifts?
The day's not over. I'm still hoping.
All right, good. Let's see. Dr. Martinez, are you there? There you have. Okay. Well, why don't you do your manager's report, and then we'll go back to Dr. Martinez. Please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Maybe I'll just start off with the Economic Development Department and the small business grants. I just wanted to give kudos. I was really uncertain of whether or not we could, they could pull it off, having the first round over 300 plus applicants, and then let alone a second round with 160 plus. And so I know there are all kinds of challenges that came up with that I wasn't even aware of until a few days ago. But they're just pushing through, trying to get the funds distributed, and so I know they've been really busy and really doing a great job. Just appreciate them getting it out, and I think they all know. In fact, I know why they're doing it, and they're doing it with the purpose, knowing that our businesses are going to need that. And so I really appreciate all the work the economic development team has been doing regarding that. I know as well legal and disbursements have been very helpful in that as well. So just wanted to give the kudos there, and then leave it to Dr. Martinez to make any comments on this as well.
Okay.
Just.
I think she's back now. I think she has her hand up. Oh, and video too. You're still muted. Still muted, Dr. Martinez. No, still muted. Okay, now try. No, I can't hear you.
Maybe calling the phone.
Yeah.
Or you can call me and I can put it up.
Okay.
Maybe
Yeah, go ahead and finish and info, and then maybe Dr. Martinez can either reset or just call one of your ACMs and.
Okay. And then just an update, I received this from our interim chief of staff just to let everybody know about our background. I know everybody knows about our new policy analyst, but I don't know if you have his background. His name is Christopher Dunn. He's a graduate of New Mexico State University, where he obtained a Master's of Arts degree in economics. Chris has worked in Las Cruces in numerous industries, including hospitality, sales, research, technology, commercialization, economic development, and business consulting. In addition to his background in economics, Chris also has experience in academic training in finance, philosophy, and public utility regulation. When he is not busy at work, Chris enjoys spending time with his family, being outdoors, learning new skills, and exercising. So this is just something that's passed on just to let everybody know about our new policy analyst and somebody that would be at the disposal of our council as well. So just wanted to give that background.
Okay, great. It looks like maybe Dr. Martinez is going to use Dr. Payada's office or phone, but it looks like he's got his hand up now. Fine. Switch to Dr. Payada's.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. And yes, I'm going to be the proxy. Griselda did inform me that to communicate to everyone and make it publicly that the state has already released the Small Business CARES Relief Grant, Mr. Mayor. And it's going to be focusing in the tourism industry, and it's going to be focusing in accommodation and food industry specifically because they were so deeply affected.
Right.
So this is going to be, it's already open. It opened today. And we're encouraging all business owners to apply to the state grant. The state is planning to distribute between $2,000 to $50,000 per business, depending on the level of employment. The website is nmfinance.com, www.nmfinance.com. And we do have an email address for the state to be able to apply for it, Mr. Mayor. The email address is CARES, like the grant CARES, at nmfa.net. And that's where the businesses are going to be able to get from still the CARES funding, another round from the state applied to this, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Ifo, do you think, thank you, Dr. Payadas, do you think economic development can have that information Dr. Payadas just said, work with communications with Mandy and put it on our website so that they can, because if they're seeing this, then they can go to our website and get that information. That's great. I think I think that's just in addition to the second round. I mean, to the third round, and then plus for the restaurants without a drive-through. I'd still like to look at that because again, there's got to be over a last count probably 700, 800 restaurants in the city. I would think there's quite a few. So 10 or 20 or 30, that's just for us is a drop in the bucket to touch. But that's good. That's great news. I appreciate that. I do have one more question to ask Jennifer. So Jennifer, if I remember correctly, the anti-donation clause says that we can use money for businesses if they hire or if they increase more jobs, basically for job creation. Okay, so where I'm going with this is this. Do you think that's applicable if, let's say, a business has, maybe they had to reduce their workforce by 25% in the last month or two, and they've had to reduce it, and then could we now give money if they were to hire either hire those people back or hire additional people to I know that's kind of I'm not trying to play tricks with the state government. I'm just trying to figure out a way that we would still stay within the anti-donation clause and help local businesses that are struggling with employees. Can you look at that too? I won't put you on the spot, but while you're researching about the separate funding for restaurants without a drive-through, do you mind looking at that as well?
Mayor and City Council, this is Jennifer Vega-Brown, your City Attorney. The exception to the anti-donation clause in that respect is specific to statutorily, it's provided by statute. So we're talking about LEDA, the Local Economic Development Act, and other similar projects. So it has to be defined by statute if you are to go outside of the anti-donation. So it would be a LEDA qualified program. There are other programs, Mandy Gus can correct me if I'm wrong on the title of these, but like the downtown revitalization, those are specific things that are defined by statute. So we would have to look very carefully at those things that you're talking about. But generally, the reason that the exception exists is because it's defined by statute.
Okay, so but theoretically, then couldn't we put money into more LEDA funds and then turn around and if we separate it from there?
Mayor and City Council, this is Jennifer Vega-Brown. Yes, you can add to LEDA funds. A LEDA qualified project is.
Yeah, because I think that, even though there's good news about the vaccine, the reports I'm hearing, it's going to still be 2-3 months out, and unless Congress is, to my knowledge, is not any closer to any type of agreement, and in the meantime, it's just an awful time to be where they're at, and for those businesses, if we can help. So can we look at that and please and see what we can do? I think if we do, take the money from the Tell Shore Fund and we'll put it in the LEDA, and then that way there we can meet the rules and requirements if they can show that they're adding more employees. Even just a couple more, something, just to get people working and give them a job again. Okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Did you have a question, Councilor Flores, or did you not put your hand down?
No, I forgot to put my hand down.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Ethel, was that it on your manager's report?
Just a couple of things, Mayor. It certainly can be it, but let me.
No, go ahead. We're good. I'm used to 7 o'clock, so man, we're doing pretty good.
Okay, just to let you know that the Financial Services Department received their CAFO award again, Certificate of Excellence in Finance Reporting. I know they received it several consecutive years. It's just an indication. I mean, when you receive that award, as you know, is the highest form of recognition in the area of reporting, financial reporting. And the city has received several, I think 15 consecutive years, but just an indication of where the city has been in prioritizing that. So I appreciate the Financial Services Department in focusing on that. And then just a quick overview, just an update with COVID. I kind of like to include a COVID report / discussion on every city manager's report from here on out. Just a quick, I know we've talked throughout the meeting, and Mayor, I know you mentioned the masks. We have that going out. In light of my conversations with Mayor Pro Tem and other councilors, talking about getting ways to really push this red to green. We have our communications department led by Mr. Enriquez and other departments getting together. They're meeting. They've been meeting, but they'll be meeting again tomorrow to discuss. Let's do this Las Cruces campaign, going from red to green, and using, I think as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, using those within throughout the community, not only with council but others throughout the community that might be be helpful in sending this messaging out. But they're going to come up with a messaging, a campaign plan to really encourage to do what we can as a city, come together, do what we can to really get behind it. And that goes along with tracking the data and seeing how this is working, and using zip codes and things, all the information that we can to see where we're at. I think it's going to be, again, something within our control. There are other things that aren't within our control, but this is something we can control: how we message, how we encourage, how we push, from the city, and so that we can take lead. The city can show that we're taking lead. Also, with COVID, related to COVID, the fire department received some test kits, and we'll be looking into doing testing on site, especially with essential employees, so that they can return to work sooner. But looking at on-site testing, and then the COVID updates are being sent out weekly. We're looking to send that out as we receive them. I believe the county's in coordination with Mr. Enriquez, they're looking at sending that out up to 3 times a week. That report shows hospital capacity from all the hospitals in the county, where we are, and beds and vacancies, occupancies. But that report, I think you've been receiving that report as well. And then it was mentioned, I know we talked about a vaccine plan. Mayor, I know you mentioned making sure that we have a plan in place. That plan is underway. We should be reporting. I know we talked about the convention center in the past as a place to operate, but it looks like they're looking at an MSU site as well. But that will come back. That reporting will come back. But just a quick update. I just wanted to include something from COVID every time in the city manager's report. But appreciate the input and counsel from the councilors and all of you for your guidance from what you see in the community and where you are to helping us navigate through these times and as we guide our staff to get these things out. So I believe that's it. I think I could be done there, Mayor. I know I have a few pages of notes from today's meetings for us to follow up on from staff, but I appreciate the opportunity. I also want to say, I don't think through my whole time in my career I've ever been sung to a happy birthday in the middle of a council meeting. So I really appreciate it. I'm going to get this recording segment for my records, and so I can
send it to your friends back home and tell them. I'm sure none of us should really jump over to become singers, but still, we did our best.
I don't know, Councilor Flores, I heard her very loud and clear, and it was beautiful. So.
Oh yeah, she always tries to do that. She always tries to show us up.
Well, I can't help it if I'm bilingual and bicultural.
But thank you so much.
Okay, Ifo, and before I ask for a motion to adjourn, I want a big shout out to Police Chief Miguel Dominguez and Assistant City Manager and former Fire Chief Eric Enriquez. Congratulations, both of you. Okay, so with that, I entertain motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn. Councilor Sorg.
Second by Flores.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Flores, that we adjourn. Christine, you want to call for the vote?
This is on the motion to adjourn the regular city council meeting. Councilor Abeyta-Stuve?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
I'm sorry, she had to jump off.
Okay. Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, it's 5:28 p.m. We're adjourned. Thank you. See you all later.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.